A knife, cut down the pirate's author, the fifth emperor. Chapter 1 Ishin Dojo, asking for flowers, asking for collection. See Circle Calendar 1510. This day, the sun was scorching. Shimotsuki Village, on the dojo of Ishin Dojo. 1710, 1711, 1712. Then, he shouted one after another, and a childlike figure who looked 10 years old also showed determination. Then, he chopped down the wooden sword in his hand with a more stable force than before. Swish! A white mark cut through the air again. At this time, if you pay attention to this child, you will definitely find that he has been sweating all over his face, and the sweat has blurred his eyes. However, even so, Noah still waved the wooden sword firmly. 1998, 1999, 2000. In another shout, Noah raised his sword and chopped down the last sword. But at the moment when this sword fell, Noah staggered and almost couldn't stand. However, at this time, no one noticed that this Noah actually had a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Ding! Your inheritance Kenshin Himura has been unlocked 0.8%. The cold system electronic synthesized sound rang in his heart, but it made Noah's mouth curve more subtle. At this moment, his understanding of Kendo has increased by 1 point. And this is his system, the Kendo inheritance system. The Kendo inheritance from all the worlds gathered together to create the strongest swordsman. And he, Noah, is the chosen one. It is worth mentioning here that Noah is not from this world, he is from another world. The soul traveled through the pirates and possessed the 10-year-old son of a blacksmith in Shimotsuki village. Moreover, he is 2 years older than Zoro, the future famous swordsman, and just the same age as Kuina, the daughter of Kojiro, the owner of this gym. According to the seniority, he is still Zoro's senior brother. After all, the predecessor of this body had already worshipped Kojiro, a few years earlier than Zoro. It's just a pity. Talented people are a minority after all. Moreover, his previous life didn't work hard and was just a slacker, so he was inevitably at the bottom of the gym. But, fortunately, he came. Coming to this chaotic world is really what I want. In the low murmur, a red light flashed in the depths of Noah's eyes. He was originally a madman. In his previous life, he once went to a mental hospital. But who would have thought that he would end up in this more chaotic world? Perhaps, this world is where he truly belongs. With a smile in his heart, Noah was exhausted physically and mentally. His body leaned back, and he fell to the ground, splashing dust all over the floor. This also caused the little brats not far away to look at him sideways. Why has Noah been working so hard recently? I don't know, maybe he was stimulated by Zoro. After all, Zoro, who has only been here for a few days, cut Noah down with one sword. That's right. The little brats not far away laughed as they discussed one after another. However, if you look closely at the corners of their eyes, you can definitely find that they are all looking at a figure not far away who is also working hard to practice. A head of green hair, holding a wooden sword, waving it again and again. Even if he is sweating profusely, he never stops waving the wooden sword in his hand. Roronoa Zoro, a monster who recently came to Ishin Gym, in just a few days, he fought with the genius girl Kuina. Although he was defeated, he was still honored in defeat. After all, Kuina, who was only 10 years old, couldn't even beat an adult. However, after those defeats, Zoro went crazy and started to practice. So, Zoro and Noah, who practiced like crazy, became a different kind of scenery in Ishin Gym. These two guys are really working hard. A thin girl with dark blue hair standing in the corner of the wall not far away commented with a sudden chuckle. They really work hard. Nodding, the man who was wearing glasses and smiling beside the girl also agreed. This is Kuina and her father Kojiro. The owner of the gym, although he has never taken action, the villagers of Shimotsuki village respect him very much. Each of them even sent their children to him for teaching, and Noah was one of them. P.S. Please give me flowers and collections. If you like it, you can give me some support. Please, I will accept all flowers and rewards, number. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Kendo Inheritance, Himura Kenshin, please give me flowers and reward. But, at this moment, after adjusting the frame of his glasses, Kojiro also looked suspiciously at the red-haired boy lying on the ground not far away. Noah, the only son of the old blacksmith in Shimotsuki village, was originally at the bottom of the gym. But recently, I don't know what stimulated him, and he actually started to work hard. What made Kojiro a little concerned was, this little guy's progress was a bit fast. No, it was not as simple as fast. Fast, ruthless, accurate. He actually had some sharpness that did not belong to his peers. Could it be that even I was wrong? This kid is still a kendo genius. Somewhat suspicious, Kojiro couldn't help but wonder. At this time, Noah didn't know that Kojiro was looking at him in the distance. Swinging the sword 2,000 times was still a bit strenuous for a 10-year-old boy. Now his samurai uniform looked like it had been soaked in water, and the stench of sweat was spreading in all directions. However, even so, Noah took a deep breath. He liked the smell of sweat, and he liked the sweat wetting his eyes even more. Today's sweat, tomorrow, the enemy's blood. In this world where the strong are respected and pirates are rampant, he will have a foothold only if he becomes strong, and only if he becomes strong, can he release the beast in his heart that has been suppressed for a lifetime. Haha! Laughing loudly, like a madman, Noah, who had recovered some strength, turned over from the ground, and then went out to the gym exit without looking back. Soon after, Noah, who had run more than 10 kilometers panting, came to the beach as he wished. This is a small island, there is naturally a sea. And now, Noah rushed to the beach in one breath and jumped into the sea. The cool sea water washed away the fatigue of the body and the impetuousness in Noah's heart. Splash! Splash! The waves rolled up in the distance, and the water splashed. Noah also lowered his head and looked at the sea. Under the reflected blue sky, a very pretty face came into view. This face looks like a girl, pretty and beautiful. And behind her, there is a long fiery red hair. In a few years, I guess she can make a living in this world just by her appearance. And this is what Noah looks like now. I don't know if it's because of the inheritance of Kendo. He actually has a tendency to change into the appearance of Kenshin Himura. You know, Kenshin Himura is famous for his face that looks like a girl, and of course his swordsmanship is also very scary. I don't know how much blood has been stained with his flying sword style. And he was able to kill thousands of people in that end of the martial arts era, and became one of the 4 great 1,000-man slayers. You can imagine how scary this guy is. As for, what do you say, Kenshin Himura came to the pirate world and is inconspicuous? Humph! The physical fitness of the two worlds is completely different. If Kenshin Himura has the physical fitness of the strong in this world, he is at least a top swordsman at the level of a swordsman. And unfortunately, Noah's current body is the body of the pirate world. The terrible body that is still growing, combined with the terrible swordsmanship of Kenshin Himura, Noah believes that the day when he becomes a strong man is not far away. And there is more than one kind of Kendo inheritance. When he has completely digested and absorbed the inheritance of Kenshin Himura, he will naturally have a more terrifying swordsman inheritance. And now, the most suitable for him is the swordsman inheritance of the swordsman Himura. Kenshin Himura's swordsmanship is about speed, slashing at a speed beyond the visible speed of the naked eye. Standing quietly in the sea, Noah couldn't help but think again. And at this time, if you pay attention to his spiritual world, you will definitely see a child with long fiery red hair, as beautiful as a girl, stroking the wooden sword at his waist. Super speed sword drawing technique. It seems to be whispering. A flash of light suddenly flashed. Looking up again, I suddenly saw that the wooden sword at the waist of this child was slashed out at some point, and it even split the scarecrow not far away into two. Super speed sword drawing technique, Fanfiction Yujian style, is a very famous move. Kenshin Himura even earned the name of Beitosai because of this. This is the Godspeed sword drawing technique. Noah, who had returned to reality, repeated it softly, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Then, he put the wooden sword on his waist little by little. Gently stroked. Godspeed. Sword drawing technique. Noah suddenly drew his sword while mumbling. But in the next moment, as if he had lost his strength, the wooden sword in Noah's hand suddenly paused. The resistance of the sea water is really great. Noah sighed softly, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Because, at this time, he thought of how to practice this move better. If he was in the sea, he could cut it quickly. Then, on land, his knife would be even faster. Until, killing without blood, only a trace. Please collect, please reward. Your little support is an encouragement to me, hehe. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Weapon Girl BABY 5, please give flowers, please collect. At dusk, the setting sun stretched out the figure of a child. And this child was Noah walking towards the gym. Ever since he crossed over, he has decided to he settled in the gym. The gym is suitable for training, and the food is good. It can help his body develop better. As for the money problem, with his cheap blacksmith father, it's okay. However, if he has time, he will go home and ask his cheap father to make a good long sword. After all, wooden swords are hard to see blood, and long swords are more stimulating. The nourishment of drinking blood must be very comfortable. Of course, when it comes to good swords, we have to mention the big sword in Kuina's hand Wado Ikemonji, which is indeed a good sword. However, Noah is not interested. Even, he is not interested in the world's famous supreme big sword. What really interests him is the weapon girl baby 5, a person who ate the weapon fruit of the secret treasure of the sea in this world and can turn her whole body into a weapon. Whether it is a sword, a big axe, or a pistol or a cannon, it can be transformed. Even if it is transformed into a bomb and exploded, it can be restored again after turning into bomb fragments. And if such a weapon girl, if she is allowed to follow him and turn into a knife when needed, it would definitely feel good. You can have any long knife you want. And he, because of the sword inheritance, will also need different long knives. It is very convenient. As for the disadvantage of the weapon fruit, it can only turn into ordinary weapons. Does Noah care about this? As long as he is strong enough, even branches can kill people. Besides, it is the sword that kills people, why does the weapon have to be so sharp? As for the long knife that the weapon girl turns into breaking, there should be no need to worry. The bomb fragments she turns into can also be restored again, so the broken long knife should also be able to be restored. Thinking of this, Noah is particularly looking forward to it. I really hope to meet you sooner. Whispering softly, Noah also looked towards the direction of the sea. There, indistinctly, there is a girl with a bow tie and a black dress, waiting for her. Since you are eager to be needed, then wait to become the sword in my hand. With a light laugh, Noah tightened the wooden sword in his hand. The time given to him is really not long. Calculating the time, Luffy still has 10 years to go to sea. He is 10 years old now. The weapon girl, BABY 5, should be 12 years old now. I wonder if she has entered the Don Quixote family at this time. Back to the gym, night has fallen. Looking up, looked at the gym square, Zoro, the green algae head, is also a rare rest, and did not practice. With a slight smile on his lips, Noah also went straight to the kitchen. Now, it's best to have a full meal. The meal time is not long, children, eat voraciously, just solve it simply. And just after dinner, Noah also found a corner and started simple basic kendo practice. Point, stab, stab. One after another, basic sword moves were performed in Noah's hands, and they became more and more realistic. However, what no one noticed at this time was that Noah's sword seemed to be more sharp, and the sound of breaking through the air was even more piercing. Ding! Basic sword moves have been accurately practiced 10 times. Your inheritance Himuran Kenshin sword inheritance has been unlocked 1.00%. Quietly listening to the cold electronic sound of the system, Noah also had a familiar feeling. In a trance, behind him, a red child's phantom gradually overlapped with him. Cut! Suddenly, a light shout. Kaka! The wooden sword in his hand seemed unable to bear the force and suddenly broke. After a period of silence, he looked at the broken wooden sword in his hand, and then looked at the surprised eyes not far away. Noah also raised the handle of the sword in his hand and said self-deprecatingly, "It has been soaked in seawater for a long time." Speaking of this, Noah also walked towards the other broken wooden sword. At this time, if someone paid close attention, they would definitely be able to see, the gap of the broken wooden sword seemed to be shattered by the force. When the sword inheritance was unlocked by 1%, I felt a warm current pouring in, as if it strengthened my body. Shocked in his heart, Noah picked up the other half of the wooden sword calmly. Although I don't know if it's an illusion, but it's better not to make trouble for such things. Maybe, it's because he's new here, Noah has an indescribable vigilance towards this world. Even though, now I am facing only a group of young children. Please give me flowers and collect. Thank you for your support, haha. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Growth, please give me flowers and collect. Time passed slowly, and more than 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Noah's life in Ishin Dojo was boring and peaceful. Every day, he practiced and practiced. Among them, his cheap father sent him some supplements. However, seeing his cheap father's haggard figure, it is estimated that he can't hold on for a few years. And all Noah can do, is to practice well in his limited few years, and strive to be able to stand alone before he closes his eyes. Of course, this is also a wisp of obsession left by his predecessor, and Noah is just trying to achieve it. Ding! Your Himuran Kenshin sword inheritance has been unlocked to 5%. Accompanied by a crisp electronic synthesized sound, Noah's body was also shaken violently. Just because, at this time, that familiar warm current it came again. Every 1% unlocking will breed a warm current. Although the strength of the enhancement is not great, it can't stand the number of times. Until now, he has been enhanced 5 times. The physical quality has surpassed the past by 10% or 20%. And this can be said to be an extremely terrifying improvement. Not only that. When his sword heritage unlocked 5%, Noah also successfully grew from a layman who knew nothing to a familiar swordsman. When the sword fell, a strong wind was lifted. Although it was still the body of more than 10 days ago, Noah was completely different. In a trance, he was more upright and more terrifying. Now, when he is practicing, even other children are reluctant to disturb him, just because they are a little scared. More importantly, Noah does not need to deliberately control his sword swinging now. Although it is not up to the textbook standard, the sword swinging is fierce and accurate. This guy seems to be different from before. Suddenly, a green algae-headed man not far away also looked at the place where Noah was training. Noah's training place was not far from him. However, Noah was a little withdrawn and rarely communicated with others, and the green algae-headed man was not a talkative man. All day long, he challenged Kuina and practiced, but he rarely noticed Noah's existence. But now, the green algae-headed man noticed. The body was obviously the same as Shi Yushin, with flying red hair. But his eyes were more sharp like an eagle. The wooden sword in his hand was more stable and powerful than before. Even, with one slash, there was an illusion of cutting off everything. This guy. Gritting his teeth, the green algae-headed man, Zoro, took the initiative to walk towards Noah. Step, step, step. Step by step, but as he got closer, he subconsciously tightened the wooden sword in his hand due to his long-term training. A kind of illusion of approaching a wild beast made Zoro feel a sense of crisis. Do you want to try? As if he was challenging. Zoro also took a deep breath. Try. Suddenly, Noah also put away the wooden sword in his hand and looked at the green algae-headed man. They didn't talk much, so they were not familiar with each other. However, Noah vaguely heard the interesting story that his predecessor was chopped down by Zoro with a sword. And long-term closed-door work also gave Noah the urge to take action. So. Then try. Speaking softly, Noah's eyes suddenly condensed. And in the next moment, Zoro's hair stood up, and an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly enveloped his whole body. What is this? Zoro subconsciously growled, but he saw a red figure swooping down like a beast. Fast. Very fast. The figure that was slightly bent and rushed over like a beast was ridiculously fast. However, what was faster was the wooden sword that was attached to his waist at some point. Swish. It was obviously a wooden sword, but it made a sound of breaking through the air. Then, Zoro felt a strong energy rushing towards him. Such a speed of drawing a sword. He widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. But as a genius, a famous kendo genius, Zoro subconsciously raised the wooden sword in his hand. Boom! With a loud noise, the wooden sword in Zoro's hand flew out of his hand, and his whole figure was bent violently, as if he couldn't bear it. How is it possible? Until now, Zoro still couldn't believe it. Zoro stared at the figure who had turned around and left. At this moment, as if he had noticed Zoro's gaze, Noah's figure suddenly echoed in the air. I am 2 years older than you, and my strength is far superior to yours. It's normal for me to cut off your sword with one sword. As if explaining and comforting, Noah's figure gradually went farther and farther until he completely disappeared from Zoro's sight. At this time, what Noah didn't notice was that pairs of eyes widened around him. Zoro was actually cut down by a sword. Are you kidding? Is this still the Noah I know? 2 months ago, I was fishing with him. Oh my god! One exclamation after another, the surroundings were full of uproar. However, the one who was more shocked than them should be Kojiro, the master of the gym, who happened to pass by and saw the whole scene. 2 years older than you, but he can kill with one sword. Is that normal? With a murmur, Kojiro's eyes narrowed slightly. That kind of strength is not something a child can have. And that kind of sword speed is not something a beginner can have. Chapter 5 Another challenge, please give flowers and collect. To Noah, defeating the green algae head with one sword is just like this. It is the mind of an adult plus inheritance and a little enhancement. If this can't defeat a 10-year-old kid, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, Noah's opponent has never been Zoro, nor the sword genius girl Kuina. He has only one real opponent, that is inheritance. In the inheritance again and again, the red-haired figure of the same age as him Kenshin Himura. When he was my age, he was much stronger than I am now. With a sigh, Noah cherished time more. He found a corner in the gym at random. Noah waved the wooden sword in his hand again. A familiar feeling arises spontaneously. I don't know if it was a rare actual battle, but Noah's swinging of the wooden sword this time actually added a touch of hearty and indescribable pleasure. Cut it for me. The tender voice echoed in the night sky, and I saw a 7 or 8-year-old red-haired kid holding a wooden sword in both hands, slashing at a boulder not far away. Just when Noah was immersed in training, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Noah's ears. Just swinging the sword blindly will not have much effect. Compared to this, I suggest you practice your eyesight more. A good pair of eyes can help you go further on the road of kendo. Eyes. After a slight pause, the wooden sword in Noah's hand also stopped in mid-air. Indeed. Eyes are very important. Look for the flaw, and then cut with a sword. This is a qualified swordsman. Like the legendary great swordsman, he has a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle, and the world also calls him Eagle Eyes. Thank you for your guidance. Putting away the wooden sword in his hand, Noah turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who spoke. Wearing a pair of glasses, always smiling. And this is the owner of Ishin Dojo, Kojiro. Obviously, he saw Noah's growth during this period. It's not a teaching. It's just a simple talk. With a chuckle, Kojiro turned his eyes and looked at Noah's right hand. The scarlet, the blood has penetrated the skin, making it feel congested. This little guy is really working hard. Praise in his heart, Kojiro also turned slowly and walked away. However, not long after he left, a voice slowly reached Noah's ears. If you don't understand something, come and ask me. Okay, teacher. A response, Noah's eyes flashed with a rare passion. There is a qualitative difference between having a teacher to teach and not having a teacher to teach. And now, Teacher Kojiro said this, and he really recognized his apprentice. But, this is not the time to be surprised, he needs to work harder. Thinking of this, Noah tightened the wooden sword in his hand. The next day, the sky was still hazy. But this voice has already broken the silence of the early morning. Come and fight with me. As he said, a green-haired kid who was not even as tall as the long sword was holding a sword in both hands and rushed towards the red figure in the center of the gym. Kaka. A crisp sound, the wooden sword paused slightly. Looking up, it was this red-haired kid who swung his sword horizontally and blocked the green-haired kid's double swords. Then, without waiting for others to react. Boom! With a roar, the green-haired kid flew backwards. There was silence, and many onlookers stared at Noah in a daze. It seemed a little unbelievable. Yesterday, there were rumors that the monster Zoro was chopped off by a sword, but now, it seemed that they had witnessed this familiar scene again. And in response, Noah just shook his head and chopped towards the exit of the crowd without caring. Zoro, stubbornness is hidden in his bones. The moment he defeated him, Noah was ready to be challenged by him persistently. And now, it can only be said to be a beginning. I believe that in the near future, such challenges will continue. After all, Zoro challenged Kuina over 2,000 times in the original story. Compared to this, Noah is only challenging her for the second time. But, at this moment, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on a figure that walked out of the crowd not far away. Thin, but slender. Short blue hair, the eyes were full of stubbornness. And now, such a small figure walked towards Noah step by step, **. Chapter 6, Rapid Progress, please give flowers and collect. You have made great progress in this period of time, do you want to try? As if reincarnation, Kuina, the genius girl of Ishin Dojo, asked like Zoro. You will lose. In response, Noah's voice was full of affirmation. Wow! Noah actually said that Kuina will lose. You know, Kuina can even beat us adults. I can't believe it, this is still Noah. He used to be quite dull, why is he so arrogant now? I can't believe it either. One exclamation after another, as if they were just watching the fun. One after another, the gym disciples were staring at Noah and Kuina in the crowd with fiery eyes. Will I lose? A murmur, as if a little stunned. But after a moment, Kuina's face gradually turned cold. I won't lose to you boys. Really? A murmur, Noah's eyes passed Kuina's figure and looked at the sky behind her. At this time, he was confident that he could defeat Kuina. But Kuina was too strong-willed. And it was because of a sentence from his father Kojiro, female swordsmen will never become the world's #1 because of their physical limitations. This sentence, and not willing to lose to a boy. If Noah defeats Kuina at this moment, I'm afraid it will destroy all her pride. But let's destroy it. I can't lose, I won't lose to anyone. With a firm heart, Noah also made it clear. Just as Kuina didn't want to lose to others, how could he, Noah, be willing to lose to others? So, then give it a try. With a response, Noah also stroked the wooden sword at his waist. And not long after, there was complete silence. The eyes of one figure after another were dull, as if frozen. What did they see? As strong as Kuina was, she was defeated in one move. Yes, one move. The sword was drawn so fast that she couldn't react. Before everyone could react, Noah had already swung the sword horizontally and landed on Kuina's neck. Indistinctly, you can see Noah's long red hair stroking Kuina's cheek. And such a scene! Everyone was shocked. Even Kojiro, who had been watching from afar. His pupils shrank at this moment. What a sharp sword strike! One of the rare times he didn't smile, Kojiro stared blankly at the figure that gradually disappeared in the morning mist. How could this kid have such a terrible swordsmanship? And more importantly, the speed at which this kid grows seems a little scary. It's only been one night. The word eyesight he mentioned yesterday. This kid is actually deliberately thinking about it. One knife, not biased, gently strokes Kuina's neck. One less point, no threat. One more point, blood will be seen. And just this one knife also cut off all of Kuina's spirit. Even her eyes were a little distracted. My fast sword drawing technique is still not fast enough. Noah sighed and left the crowd, staring at the wooden sword in his hand. The fast sword drawing technique is the signature move of Himura Kenshin's Hiten Yujian Ryu. It is ruthless, accurate, and fast. And on the word fast, this move is even more unique. But Noah always can't find the way. It seems that there is a layer of window paper that is difficult to break through. But, forget it. The time he has been exposed to kendo is still too short. There is still a long way to go. Spring goes and autumn comes, more than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. And in this half a year, the name of Noah as a genius has spread like wildfire. Some people even gave him the title of Chief of Ishin Dojo. Life. And all this is because he defeated Zoro, who is known as a monster, and Kuina, who is known as a genius girl, and some time ago. Noah even fought against 6 adult brothers, and defeated them completely. The incredibly fast sword drawing. The swordsmanship with the word gorgeous. And Noah's extremely sharp posture when fighting. All of these made him famous throughout Shimatsuki village. Even Noah's stepfather came many times, to visit his talented son. But, Noah didn't care much about this. Compared to the huge pirate world, Shimatsuki village can really only be regarded as a novice village, even worse than a novice village. And in such a place, he is always just a passerby. Please collect and reward. Do you have any rewards? Come one. No rewards, it looks pitiful, ha 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 ha. Asterisk. Chapter 7, Advanced Swordsman, please give flowers and collect. And at this moment, no one knew, this genius who was famous in Shimokatsuki village, actually came to a deep forest in Shimokatsuki village. Hiss. A hissing sound, but a flash of sword light flashed across. Then, scarlet blood splashed. Looking up, I saw a snake as thick as an arm, split in two. And the one who shot was Noah in a martial arts uniform. How can a sword not be stained with blood? So, in the past 6 months, Noah also deliberately came to some remote corners to chop small animals. However, I don't know if it was the influence of his previous life, Noah killed these small animals with a frighteningly calm state of mind. Noah even suspected that he would be so calm when killing people. But, this is still uncertain. After all, Noah has never killed anyone. So, it is not clear how he feels when killing people. The inheritance is now activated by 10%. I have also stepped into the realm of swordsman. Noah murmured, but a rare smile appeared on his face. Swordsman, a threshold for practicing swordsmanship in the pirate world. Although it is only the lowest level, it also means that Noah has the ability to protect himself. It is worth mentioning here that in the world of pirates, swordsmen are roughly divided into 3 realms: swordsman, swordsman, and great swordsman. Swordsman. Anyone who is proficient in using sword moves can actually be called a swordsman. However, that is only the beginner level, just a beginner. In Noah's eyes, a qualified swordsman can at least compete with pirates with a bounty of 1 million berries, or even with pirates with a bounty of 10 million berries. And Zoro, when he went to sea at the age of 18, had the strength of a top swordsman, and was just a little short of breaking through the swordsman realm. And Noah is not talented. Now he has the strength of a high-level swordsman. According to his guess, he should be able to fight with pirates with a bounty of 1 million. However, this is still due to the fact that Noah is only 10 years old, just approaching 11 years old. His body has not yet fully developed. When his body develops, he will naturally reach the strength of a top swordsman. Moreover, compared to Zoro who just went to sea, he should be stronger, not weaker. After all, he has a legacy, and he has been systematically strengthened again and again. Although these strengthenings are insignificant, but every 1% of the inheritance is unlocked and strengthened once, the cumulative effect is also very considerable. Just like now, Noah's physical fitness is close to that of an adult. Crack, crack. His fingers clenched lightly, making a crisp bone sound. A force that does not belong to this age group also gathered in Noah's palm. I have to say that the physical fitness of the pirate world is really terrible. My current strength, even if it is not strengthened, is also a little Superman in my previous life. Whispering in his heart, Noah is very satisfied with his current strength. He is nearly 11 years old and has the strength of a high-level swordsman. How can he not be satisfied? And ding, congratulations on unlocking 10% of the inheritance of Himurei Kenshin, and you will be rewarded with a sword skill, Dragon Flying Flash. Dragon Flying Flash, slash upward from the lower part, and push the blade with the other hand to make the upward momentum greater, thus bursting out a sword move with terrible lethality. This is a killing move, and it is not an ordinary killing move. Just by looking at the description, you can know that this sword move is mainly based on cutting the throat. And cutting the throat, even in the world of pirates, is enough to be fatal. Tisk tisk. Smacking his lips, Noah also smiled. Because at this time, one picture after another has already intersected in his spiritual world. Long Xiang Shan. A low murmur echoed in the spiritual world, and a red shadow suddenly launched a slash from the bottom up. Swish! With a crisp sound, the enemy not far away from him, had a trace of blood on his throat. Fast, ruthless, accurate. This is a real killing move. Very dangerous, very scary. It is not recommended to use it on people, just because this move will definitely kill people. Just as Noah sank into the spiritual world and digested this terrible killing move, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Finally, I found you. Before the person arrived, Zoro's loud voice was already resounding. How did this person with a poor sense of direction find me? Suspicious in his heart, Noah raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was more than just Zoro. Kuina was there too. And these two, after Noah defeated them, did not lose their will, but worked harder. Day after day, challenging Noah. Almost, every day, Noah has to fight with the two of them. And Noah also praised Zoro and Kuina's perseverance. Of course, the bigger reason is, these two little ghosts are really good. If the power is suppressed, they can also be regarded as good at refining his swordsmanship. P.S. Asking for flowers, asking for collections. Do you have any support? Please support more. Smiley face, and swords are inseparable, don't care too much, asterisk. Chapter 8 Developing towards the direction of monsters, asking for flowers, asking for collections. Moreover, I don't know if it's because the two of them are kendo geniuses. The growth rate of these two little guys is also very fast. Now, they can keep up with half of Noah's sword speed. Yes, half. After all, they are adults, and Noah still habitually hides a hand. The speed of attack slows down, suppressing half of the sword speed. At this time, if you pay attention to his wrists and ankles, you can see 4 black metal bracelets. The weight-bearing rings, 4 weight-bearing bracelets that Noah asked his cheap father to make. Noah wears them day and night. Noah wears them even when practicing. And Noah has changed these 4 weight-bearing rings 4 times. Each time, a certain weight will be added until Noah feels the pressure, and then he stops. The benefits of wearing this are also obvious. It can greatly sharpen Noah's body. However, considering that his body is still in the growth stage, Noah did not overload it. It's just that he added weight appropriately within the range of his body's tolerance. As for this, Zoro and Kuina don't know. They only know, no matter how they progress, it is difficult to touch this red-haired figure. On the contrary, as time goes by, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. This is the real monster. Muttering in her heart. Kuina is also staring at the red-haired figure sitting cross-legged on the boulder. The red hair is flying. The handsome face looks like a girl. If the rope that ties the red hair is untied, I'm afraid it will look more like a girl than her. Thinking of this, Kuina's pretty face is slightly red. I don't know if it's shyness or something else. But this is not the time to care. The Navy recruitment you are waiting for is here. Suddenly speaking, Zoro is also full of confusion. Noah actually wants to join the Navy? Until now, Zoro can't figure it out. Noah, why do you want to join the Navy? Asked again, Kuina is also curious. Why do you want to join the Navy? With a murmur, Noah, who is sitting cross-legged on the boulder, also has a dim look. This is really a question worth pondering. But Noah is not in a whim. He is alone after all. And now, Shimotsuki village, as a novice village, has come to an end. So, he needs a better place to grow. As for being a pirate, are you kidding? He is only 10 years old, and he goes out to sea as a pirate. Let alone growing up, a sudden storm is enough to wipe him out. He is not lucky. He has great luck. If he doesn't want to be a pirate, naturally, he can only be a navy. The Navy has a mature training system. Even if it is full of termites, it is enough to make him grow up. In the end, Noah just wants to grow more steadily. Now, it's not the time for him to be reckless and crazy. Noah is still well aware of this. Just want. There is no special reason. Noah also said frankly with a carefree smile. However, at this moment, as if he thought of something, Noah turned his head, glanced at Kuina, and said, "Not only me, you have to go too." "Why?" Suddenly stunned, Kuina's eyes widened. "Don't you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? The Navy has the resources and conditions to train you." It was a rare temptation, but Noah didn't want Kuina to repeat the mistakes of the original. If he remembered correctly, Kuina in the original died after falling down the stairs while holding a whetstone. At that time, Kuina was only 11 years old. She completely withered. And this was not what Noah wanted to see. After all, Kuina and Zoro are his few friends. As for Zoro, he is not old enough. After Noah's repeated inquiries, he knew that the Navy would regularly recruit some talented seedlings and then train them. And the limit of this talented seedling is about 10 years old. Although Zoro is good, he is only 8 years old. It is obvious that he is not qualified. If my guess is correct, the recruited talented seedlings will eventually go to the Navy headquarters and be trained under the former Admiral Zifa. Noah was somewhat certain after a murmur in his heart. Now is the 1510th year of the Sea Circle calendar. This year, the former Admiral of the Navy, Black Arm Zifa, should still be an instructor in the Navy, and his right arm should not be broken. If Noah can show enough talent and be able to worship under him, he should be able to lay a good foundation. Now Noah has no lack of future, what he lacks is the foundation. Physical training, future domineering training, and systematic guidance. And these are not what Shimotsuki village can give him. As for pirates, it is even more impossible. Only, and only, the Navy, can give him. And what he has to do is to show his amazing talent enough to enter the Navy Headquarters Academy. And for this, I believe that the Navy who sees his talent will not refuse. After all, recommending a qualified genius seedling is also a great achievement for some Navy. So, can't be low-key. Otherwise, if you don't get the recognition of the Navy recruiter, there will be no next time. Thinking of this, Noah's eyes flashed with a sharpness that did not belong to this age. Click. The right hand gently stroked the left wrist, and a black bracelet was also untied. Then, in the eyes of Zoro and Kuina who were somewhat incredulous, the black bracelet actually hit the ground heavily. Boom! The dust was splashed all over the ground. It was visible to the naked eye that the small bracelet had actually made a hole in the ground. Gurgle. Swallowing their saliva. Zoro and Kuina both saw that Noah flipped over lightly and jumped several meters high from the boulder, then, he rushed towards the gym. Boom! The terrible speed, which suddenly broke out, made people change color. Just because, this is not the speed of a 10-year-old kid, and this is Noah, whose body was strengthened 10 times, and after hard training, he finally had the tendency to grow into a monster. Chapter 9 I want to join the Navy, please give flowers and reward. Looking blankly, Zoro and Kuina lost their voices one after another. A monster? Maybe, carrying such a heavy load-bearing ring, it can still suppress them. Who knows, how terrifying Noah is. No wonder my father said, Noah is a monster. Kuina's face changed again and again as she took a breath. On the other side, Zoro's eyes were even more fiery. The stronger Noah is, the stronger his heart will be to pursue him. I won't lose to you. Zoro and Kuina looked at each other and rushed towards Noah's direction after repeatedly encouraging themselves in their hearts. The Navy is affiliated with the world government, and maintains world peace and stability in the name of absolute justice. However, since the pirate king Roger opened the so-called Age of Exploration, the Navy has not only seen a sharp increase in workload, but also a much higher risk factor. Every day, there are sailors who die in the line of duty. So, in order to maintain the number of sailors, recruiting is a must. After the former Admiral Zephyr Blackarm served as the chief instructor of the Navy, recruiting soldiers has an additional task, that is, to pay attention to good talents. If they are good, they can be brought back to the Navy and trained well. And now, the destination is Shimotsuki village. As a lieutenant of the 153rd Navy branch, Meng Yu is the person in charge of this recruitment. I heard that the Ishin gym in Shimotsuki village is good, there should be good talents. Yes, but I don't know if they will take the initiative to join the Navy. That's right, there are not many people who take the initiative to join the Navy now, after all, it's too dangerous. Discussing one after another, several figures in white Navy clothes also followed a flat-headed middle-aged man. This flat-headed middle-aged man is the direct person in charge of this recruitment Meng Yu. However, such recruitment is mostly just a formality. So, Meng Yu doesn't take it seriously. Now he is still thinking about promotion. If I catch a few more big pirates, I should have hope of being promoted to lieutenant. While thinking in his heart, Meng Yu is also looking forward to it. However, at this moment, boom! A sudden roar sounded in the distance. Looking for the sound, in the stunned eyes of Meng Yu and other Navy officers, there was smoke and dust at the end of the horizon. Along with it, a kid with long red hair rushed over at an extremely amazing speed. This speed. Somewhat stunned, the Navy couldn't help but be surprised. Is it fake? It's really the speed that a child can have. However, this time doesn't seem to be the time to be shocked. Because, at this moment, swish! As if the brakes were suddenly braked, a long scratch was dragged on the ground. At the same time, a child with a very pretty face appeared in front of many Navy officers. I want to join the Navy. The childish voice echoed in the air, but it made one Navy after another look surprised. Join the Navy? A child? Looking at each other, the Navy couldn't help but look suspicious. However, at this time, no Navy dared to laugh. Because the speed at which this child came has already explained everything. That is not the speed of an ordinary child. And, more importantly, the sharpness in the depths of this child's eyes is even more terrifying. At least a lieutenant as powerful as Meng Yu could not help but turn his eyes away when he saw the child's eyes, and dared not look at him. And this is also normal. The colonel, including above, of the Navy headquarters and the colonel of the Navy branch are 3 levels apart in strength. And Meng Yu, as a lieutenant of the branch, is only the sergeant of the Navy headquarters. And such strength, in Noah's view now, is really not enough. Now, the only ones who can make him care are the existence of the Navy branch colonel and above. After all, Noah, who has the tendency to evolve into a monster, is still not to be underestimated. Of course, it must be mentioned here that this world has never lacked monsters. And some monsters are several times more terrifying than the world knows, and even dozens of times more terrifying. For example, Borsellino and Aokiji, who are now famous, were all monsters when they were young. It is estimated that when they were in their teens, they had the strength to sweep away the major generals. Among the 4 emperors, the young Big Mom and Kaido are monsters among monsters. So, this world is not short of monsters. What Noah has to do is to let the Navy realize his potential worth cultivating. Otherwise, let alone accepting the guidance of the former Admiral of the Navy, Zephyr, even whether he can join the Navy is still a problem. Please collect and reward. Every bit of your support is an encouragement to me, thank you all. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Embarking on a New Journey, please give flowers and rewards. This day in March, is a memorable day. Just because, on this day, Noah joined the Navy. No, he has not joined the Navy yet. He just stepped onto the warship, and then traveled far away. At the destination, Noah will have to undergo a series of tests to determine whether he can join the Navy. However, in the eyes of Meng Yu, a lieutenant of the Navy branch, it is unnecessary. It is completely unnecessary. And all this, is just because. He took out his cigar and took a deep puff. Meng Yu looked at the red-haired kid standing on the deck not far away, who also did not forget to practice, and could not help but sigh. Monster, it is really a monster. I don't know how he practiced. He has such strength at such a young age. Recalling yesterday, Noah chased the 7 Navy led by him and chopped. Meng Yu was also a little sad. A group of people in their 20s and 30s, can't beat a 10-year-old kid? He was also knocked away one by one. This face is really embarrassing. However, this time, I really hit the jackpot. I actually met such a good seedling. If I recommend it. He smiled. Meng Yu also showed a smile that all men understand. And not only that. Monsters like Noah, as long as they don't die, it is sooner or later for them to grow up. So, Meng Yu, who was very smooth, also tried to get close to him. Not only did he agree to bring the little girl named Gina with him, and gave Noah a little time to say goodbye to his relatives and mentors one by one. I hope this kid will remember my good points in the future. With a smile on his face, Meng Yu quietly looked at the red-haired kid who was still swinging a sword on the deck not far away. Talented. Work harder. He is indeed a good seedling. At this time, Noah didn't know what this lieutenant was thinking. He was a little headache now. And all this was because, after he successfully deceived Kuina and boarded the pirate ship, Kojiro, as a father, talked to Noah alone. Why do you want to join the navy? You are not suitable for the navy. As if he saw through everything, the smiling Kojiro also spoke faintly. Then, he changed the subject and mentioned, Kuina is a good child. Since you brought her to join the navy, then take good care of her. Remember, take good care of her. He suddenly put his hand on Noah's shoulder, and Kojiro spoke with great earnestness. But Noah has not recovered until now. My cheap teacher will not think that I kidnapped his daughter, and then entrust his lifelong affairs to me. Recalling the somewhat weird expression of Kojiro, Noah's heart trembled. No way, no way. God pity him, how could he have any idea about a 10-year-old girl? He just wanted to change Kuina's fate of death. After all, it is rare to see a girl as stubborn, unyielding, and talented as Kuina. Alas! A rare sigh, Noah also suppressed the various thoughts that arose in his heart. But, at this moment, as if he thought of something, Noah also raised his head and looked at the little girl who was leaning on the deck not far away, enjoying the quiet sea breeze. Kuina, when you left, did teacher Kojiro tell you anything in particular? Yes. The response made Noah's heart jump. Because, at this time, Kuina's face was puffed up with anger. No, did you really tell something that shouldn't be told? Noah was a little stunned as he became more suspicious. And the next moment, Kuina's voice full of unyieldingness also sounded in Noah's ears. Father told me to listen to you more. He said you have your own ideas. If there is any trouble, I will come to you. At this point, Kuina couldn't help but mutter. It seems that I, a woman, am not as good as you, a man. After a while of silence, looking at Kuina's stubborn face, Noah's mouth corners slightly raised. Now he doesn't regret bringing Kuina with him. This little girl's stubbornness and unyieldingness are really cute. And more importantly, Kuina may become a good assistant or partner for him in the future. In this world, it is impossible to fight alone. Even he needs some partners, and Kuina, who is talented and very motivated, is a good choice. P.S. Seeking flowers and rewards. If you have flowers, please remember to give one, the seedlings need your care, *. Chapter 11, Enlightenment and Improvement, Seeking Flowers and Rewards. Just as this warship was slowly advancing towards the distance, a voice suddenly woke Noah from his practice. Noah. Sir. With a response, Noah also looked at the middle-aged uncle smoking a cigar. He has the vicissitudes of a mature man, and the desolation of most people. And now, this uncle took a puff of his cigar and reminded. In a few days, we will meet up with several other warships. By then, there should be some talented seedlings like you, so don't let down our prestige in the East China Sea. Besides, you can only win the attention of the superiors if you perform more brilliantly among them. Do you understand? Meng Yu repeatedly reminded him with earnest words. I know. Yet. Meng Yu nodded and was relieved. This little guy is very sensible. Don't look at him as only 10 years old, but if you really treat him as 10 years old, I'm afraid he would die without knowing how. Meng Yu vaguely remembered the little boy holding a knife and stopping him between his eyebrows, and the cold look that was enough to freeze his soul. The future of this little boy is really worth looking forward to. With a smile in his heart, Meng Yu also walked towards the cabin. I have said what I should say. The rest depends on him. However, I have to say that this kid has a good vision. The little girl he brought with him, named Kuina, is also good. She is only 10 years old, but she has the combat power that is not inferior to that of an adult. This is extremely eye-catching among her peers. If it weren't for her young age, it would be difficult for her to compete with those genius kids of 12 or 13 years old. I'm afraid this little girl would also be very likely to enter the Naval Academy. But it all depends on luck. Maybe this little girl will get in. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. And on this day, Noah and Kuina went down the warship, waving goodbye in Mongolian, boarded another larger warship. Moreover, it was not just an illusion. On this warship, Noah's right hand was shaking uncontrollably. Strong, and not just an ordinary strong. For some reason, he had such a feeling. But Noah knew that this was not an illusion, but a fact. Just because this was a warship heading straight to the Navy headquarters. And being able to be on this warship, even if it was just an ordinary Navy, was not weak. Not to mention some of the senior officers. And on this warship, Noah had no chance to show off. Since boarding the warship, he and Kuina were arranged in different cabins. Every day, in addition to eating, it was sleeping. And among them, there were children one after another, entering this cabin. But unfortunately, none of them were worthy of Noah's attention. Maybe, this is why the East China Sea is called the weakest sea. Not only are the pirates weak, even the Navy has few talented talents worth cultivating. Noah smiled, but he didn't care. It just so happened that he took advantage of these few days to digest the kendo experience of Kenshin Himura. The flying sword style is aimed at killing people. The moves are efficient, there are no redundant movements, and it can always take the lead, so it looks very fast. But this is also because Kenshin Himura is not good at strength. He prefers to be agile. That's why he has such a style. Thinking in his heart, in Noah's spiritual world, he and the little ghost with the same red hair kept overlapping. As if they were one in a trance, Noah's kendo perception of Kenshin Himura also rose sharply. Ding! You understand the flying sword style, anticipate the enemy's moves, and take the initiative. The inheritance of Himura Kenshin is unlocked by 10.8%. Listening quietly to the cold reminder sound in his ears, Noah's mouth corners also slightly raised a few points. I didn't expect that such a quiet meditation could also unlock the inheritance. It seems that the flexibility of unlocking the inheritance is quite high. Smiling, Noah is also satisfied with this. In this way, he can also grow quickly. Please give flowers and rewards. Please give flowers and rewards, and I will accept all who come. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Arrival. Navy Headquarters, seeking flowers and rewards. It's just that the cabin didn't know how many years had passed, and I didn't know how many days had passed. Noah was finally awakened by a loud voice at the door. Get off the ship. Gather in the square. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Amidst the miscellaneous responses, a group of small brats also rushed out of the cabin. And just as Noah walked out of the warship and stepped onto the deck, what caught Noah's eyes was a large island. Marineford. Noah squinted his eyes after a murmur. Marineford. The Navy headquarters does not simply exist as a security military fortress, because in addition to a huge castle-style Navy headquarters, there is also a large town surrounding it, and most of the residents living in this town are families of the Navy, soldiers, non-commissioned officers, school officers, and generals. From a distance, this Navy headquarters is quite huge and spectacular, with two large black characters Navy written on the wall of the Navy headquarters. In the middle of these two words is a symbol that looks like a seagull stepping on a wrench. The Navy uses the seagulls that are everywhere on the sea as a symbol, indicating that the Navy is everywhere on the sea, and the wrench represents the Navy's great emphasis on scientific and technological strength. As the location of the Navy headquarters, the island's defense is naturally quite tight. The huge circular port is full of artillery and defense measures, and the Navy soldiers who are always patrolling have made the Navy headquarters watertight. And now, Noah's warship is parked at a port. I didn't expect that we would come directly to the Navy headquarters. Somewhat stunned, Noah was also surprised. According to the meaning of Mongolian, shouldn't we test first? Why come directly to the Navy headquarters now? At this time, not only Noah, but even the branch lieutenant Menjihu didn't know that in order to save manpower, it was also to avoid missing out on the real good seedlings. Starting this year, the good seedlings found from various sea areas will be sent to the training camp of the Navy headquarters. Receive training for up to half a year. Those who perform well in this training will directly become students of the Naval Academy. Even worse, they will be allowed to join the excellent class where monsters gather. During the training, those who do not perform well or fail will be sent back after half a year. This is also a reflection of the continuous improvement of the order of the Naval Academy. Of course, it is also unexpectedly humane. Gather! With a loud shout, a naval officer who looks very burly and dark-skinned has come to the square and started to call. Tap, tap, tap. The hurried footsteps echoed in the square, attracting one Navy after another around. Looking up, there are actually quite a few Navy officers, all looking over, with excitement on their faces, as if they are looking forward to something. Do you think there will be monsters in this class? There shouldn't be. How can a monster appear so easily? That's true. But the era of the 3 monsters is really gone forever. 3 monsters? Which 3 monsters? Of course it's Commander Aokiji, Commander Sakaski, and the others. That class was the golden generation. Until now, there has not been a comparable monster. No. There is one. I heard that the most mysterious department has a strongest killing machine. When he was 13 years old, he defeated 500 fully armed soldiers alone. The discussion continued, and the huge square was rarely noisy. However, due to discipline, not many Navy surrounded them, but just watched from afar. Full of expectations. The strongest killing weapon. Is it the one from CP9? Noah, who had an exceptionally good hearing, also caught the information with a murmur. But, at this time, it seems not to be the time to care about these things. Noah raised his eyes slowly and saw that the military standing in the front. The officer began to call the roll, and even started to register. Yenya Village, Kaiun. In. Kali Village, Dela. In. One after another, the officer in the front nodded slightly. And not long after. Shimotsuki Village, Gina. In. In response, Gina's face also became serious, and she blended into the serious atmosphere very well. Nodding, this officer narrowed his eyes slightly. Just because, such a young girl, joining is really rare. Moreover, compared to boys, girls really have no advantages. But forget it, this is a naval branch that strongly recommends, she should be good. However, the next moment, this naval officer's eyes suddenly condensed. Another Shimotsuki village. In doubt, he also raised his eyes and looked at Noah not far from Kuina. Are you also from Shimotsuki village? Yes, sir. Noah said firmly in a childish voice. Well, not bad, 2 little geniuses recognized by the Navy appeared in a village, really not bad. With a sigh of admiration, the naval officer also noticed Noah's delicate face like a girl. What a handsome boy! I wonder how strong he is. After muttering, the naval officer began to name names. Please give me rewards, flowers. Please give me flowers, even if it's just 1, I'll be happy. Please give me rewards, even if it's just 1, I'll be happy, *. Chapter 13 Murderous Intent, please give me flowers and reward. The roll call was short and quick. After just over 10 minutes, it seemed that the list was confirmed. This naval officer had closed the list, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go, to the naval training camp." Speaking of this naval officer also said casually, "I am one of the leaders of your training camp. You can call me Instructor Kyangna." "Yes, Instructor." The children responded in unison, one after another were particularly excited. But, at this moment, as if he thought of something, Instructor Kyangna also said truthfully, "Remember, the naval training camp is very hard and cruel. If you fail, you will be eliminated, and then you will be sent back to your hometown after half a year." "And wait a minute, I will take you to the test. Remember, use your strongest means, to attack, don't be afraid of hurting people." Listening to these instructions one after another, Noah also rarely blinked. This instructor Kuritan is unexpectedly warm-hearted. Noah smiled in his heart, but he didn't care much. Now, the most important thing is the test. And this test should be. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly, and he also had a vague guess. At this moment, following the instructor Kuritan, bypassing the fortress of the Navy headquarters, and passing through several patrol areas, Noah and others also came to a huge iron gate. The iron gate is huge. The towering grey-white wall supports it. And in the center of the iron gate, there is a plaque Navy Basic Training Camp. Looking at this place from a distance, it will make people feel magnificent. I can only say that it is worthy of being the Navy headquarters. Even the basic training camp reveals something extraordinary. But, at this moment, shua! A black shadow flashed by, and it came from a distance at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Even Noah's eyesight only caught a trace of afterimage. What is this? In his surprise, Noah's eyes suddenly condensed. After a moment, a burly man in a black suit with a simple smile on his face caught Noah's eye. "The new students are here so soon?" "Yes, sir." Nodding, Chief Haitan also smiled. "Please give them a simple test, so that I can record their scores." "Okay, okay." After responding repeatedly, this chief's face suddenly became serious. Boom! In the sudden roar, a chilling breath suddenly spread, causing many children's faces to change drastically. Some of them even felt weak in the legs, fell to the ground. "This is..." suddenly exclaimed. Kuina almost staggered but felt her body being held up. Looking up, Kuina suddenly found that Noah's hand was supporting her. Murderous aura, and it's not the murderous aura of ordinary people. After explaining, Noah also tightened the wooden sword he always carried in his hand. "How do you know?" Seemingly surprised, but Kuina was more concerned about how Noah knew. After all, in Shimotsuki village, Noah had never seen any murderous aura. If you are stared at by a poisonous snake, or stared at by a hungry wolf, you will understand. During the rare narration, Noah couldn't help but recall the days in the small forest of Shimotsuki village, using animals to sharpen. In fact, his statement was not accurate. What's more, he has inherited the Kenshin of Himura and understands what is murderous aura better than anyone else. Because, Kenshin of Himura is a butcher. In that era, killing 1,000 people and becoming one of the 4 great 1,000-person killers. This is not something that ordinary people can do. And Noah has his inheritance. Naturally, he understands, and he deeply understands. Because, the more he unlocks the inheritance of Himuran Kenshin, the stronger the killing intent in Noah's heart becomes. It even made him shudder at one point. However, Noah can't control that killing intent now. At least, before he really sees human blood. He can't control it. Killing intent, this kind of thing, is very strange. If used well, it can greatly increase one's own strength. But if it can't be controlled, it will backfire on oneself. Ah! With a sigh, Noah touched his chest. Killing aura. This kind of power is really scary. While murmuring, Noah was thoughtful. Chapter 14 Test, Asking for Flowers and Rewards. At this time, not far away, this figure in a black suit also set his eyes on Noah. He can help others while enduring my murderous aura. He's a good kid. I secretly praised him in my heart. The figure in a black suit took a step forward, and shouted loudly. Use your strongest means to attack me. There was a silence, and many children looked at each other. However, at this moment, he took a look at these new children, and the black charcoal instructor also took a step forward. Kyun. You go first. Yes, Instructor Kyangna. In response, a boy with short green hair and a strong look also walked out of the crowd. Then, he took a look at the burly figure in a suit not far away. The boy also took a deep breath. Hey! Then, in the expectant eyes of many figures, he rushed towards the figure in the suit. A punch! It looked very powerful, and hit the figure in the suit fiercely. 8 Dao force. Suddenly, the figure in the suit added. An ordinary Navy soldier holding a weapon has 10 Dao forces. You have 8 Dao forces at this age, which is very good. Practice well. Try to reach 10 Dao forces in half a year and enter the Naval Academy. Yes, sir. The green-haired boy was also excited after responding. He was actually praised by the instructor. This is good news. But before the kid could get excited for long, a voice interrupted him. Next. Kana. 2 Dao forces. Next. 4 force. 3 Dao force. One test after another, cast a shadow on the hearts of many figures present. Because, except for Kyun at the beginning, the best of the others only have 5 Daoli. And this is normal. After all, no matter how talented they are just children, except for some special races, born with supernatural powers, or possessing the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Otherwise it is difficult to break through this limit. However, all this changed when the next boy appeared. Della, a 12-year-old boy from Kali village. In the stunned eyes of boys and girls one after another, white hair slowly emerged from his right arm, and his whole face was full of a fierce look. Della, the owner of the animal-type white horse fruit, an extremely rare devil fruit ability user. And now, boom! A punch was thrown out, and there was a wave of air spreading. Even the figure in a black suit showed a look of amazement. Della, 28 Daoli. 28 Daoli, an insurmountable number, but it is the real power of the devil fruit ability user. As long as you have the devil fruit, you can reach the sky in one step. Even though this is a relatively common animal fruit among the devil fruits. Oh my god, did you see it? He actually has 28 Dao power. Are you kidding? Is this the legendary devil fruit? One after another, countless boys and girls were stunned by this boy named Della. Devil fruits, this kind of thing, after all, is beyond the understanding of ordinary children. However, what Noah cares about is that this guy doesn't seem to appear in the future. Did he die in the middle of the journey? Guessing in his heart, Noah was somewhat certain. An animal-type fruit ability user like this, if he hadn't died, it would be impossible for him to have no reputation at all. Moreover, as a navy, he had been fighting pirates for many years, so there was a high possibility of him dying in battle. This was normal. Thinking of this, Noah slowly relaxed his mind. It was almost his turn. I was really looking forward to his D power. Although D power was just a very basic test, it could directly reflect a person's lethality. Of course, if you don't have the skills, you can only punch out like most of these kids. But Noah and Kuina were different. They both had been immersed in kendo for a long time. Kuina. The sudden call woke up a girl. Here. In response, Kuina took a step forward and headed towards the suited figure not far away. But, at this moment, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Use a point to break the surface, use all your strength. Like a reminder, and like encouragement, Noah's voice was unexpectedly soft. Yet, nodding slightly, Kuina also took out the wooden sword on her back. As for her big sword, it's not something that can be brought to the navy. So, the wooden sword is standard. Please give me rewards, please give me flowers. Are there any flowers, rewards or anything? Oh, oh haha asterisk. Chapter 15, Showing off your talents for the first time, please give me flowers, please give me rewards. Can this be used? Asking, Kuina also raised the wooden sword in her hand. Of course, for a swordsman, the sword is an extension of the body. Smiled, the figure in the suit didn't mind, but gave some guidance. Okay. Hands tightened the wooden sword in her hands. Kuina looked at the figure in the suit, and she was also a little more sharp. She is a genius swordsman. In the original work, the girl who defeated Zoro more than 2,000 times without a single defeat. And who is Zoro? That is the future, and the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye acknowledges his existence. So, hold your breath, concentrate. Kuina exudes an unusual aura. Cut! With a delicate shout, a flash of sword light suddenly fell in the stunned eyes of the suit figure and the charcoal instructor not far away. Bang! With a crisp sound, the wooden sword had deeply cut into the right arm of the suit figure. Not bad, really good. With continuous praise, the suit figure also said bluntly, 15-day Oli, is already qualified to enter the Naval Academy. At this point, the suit figure added. However, I suggest you do some physical training in the training camp first. Okay. Repressing the excitement in her heart, Kuina was also a little excited. However, when she turned around, she saw pairs of eyes looking at her with strange eyes. Seemingly a little surprised, but the unyielding Kuina still straightened her chest, like a proud little princess, and slowly returned to her original position amidst many strange gazes. However, the usually careful Noah found that the girl's palms were actually sweating. She is rarely nervous. With a smile, Noah took a step forward. Because, at this moment, Instructor Kuiden had already called his name. Noah. In the faint response, the ribbon that tied Noah's fiery red hair suddenly fell off. Hey! The wind rose, the fiery red hair on the shawl was also flying. And that, almost extremely handsome side face, made the few girls all have hearts in their eyes. In terms of appearance, Noah in this life is really not inferior to anyone. But compared to this, Noah still cares more about his own strength. I can't hide my edge. The stronger I am, the more attention I can get from the Navy, I will have the opportunity to get more resources. He murmured in his heart, and the promise was clear. Step. The sudden step sounded in the square, but it made the whole square quiet. Just because, at this moment, a very sharp feeling suddenly rose. This is the edge that belongs only to swordsmen. And as a senior swordsman, Noah is even more sharp. A little bit. A little bit. The undisguised sharpness made the figure in the suit and the black charcoal instructor shrink their pupils. This kid is not simple. After looking at each other, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. However, at this time, Noah didn't care about their expressions. I don't know if his mind was too focused. I don't know if it's because I haven't been serious for too long. Noah actually had a very strange feeling. And at this time, what Noah couldn't see was, a handsome and picturesque red-haired young man's phantom, slowly emerged behind him. No one could see it. But he existed. His long red hair was flying. The breeze blew up his long red hair, and also revealed a cross scar on his left face. He didn't look hideous. Instead, he added a masculine touch to his beauty. I use a reverse blade to protect, and you use it to kill. It seemed to be a reminder, and a guide. The murmur was actually Noah. A sound came in my heart. And at this moment, boom! The shadow of this young man suddenly stepped forward, and he kept overlapping with Noah's figure. Just like in the spiritual world, Noah overlapped with his childhood. And now, this young man chose him. Stab! The wooden sword in his hand turned over, and the back of the sword was facing the enemy. And at this time, if you pay attention to Noah's eyes, it seems that he has lost everything, revealing a hole that does not belong to the human world. Slash with the sword at a high speed. The low murmur revealed the immaturity of this age. But in the next moment, boom! The terrifying roar suddenly broke out. Accompanied by it, the figure in the suit in the distance shook violently, and his body kept retreating. And at this time, looking in the horrified eyes of one boy and girl after another, the red-haired boy had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and then half knelt on one knee on the ground, the wooden sword slowly wiped back to his waist. As for the figure in the suit, looking closely, his face had already changed drastically, and was full of disbelief. And until now, he had crossed his hands above his head. And the sleeves that were wrapped around his arms, slowly broke at this moment, revealing a mottled blood color. How is it possible? Are you kidding? Not only the boys and girls, but even the black charcoal instructor and the suited figure, all looked at the red-haired boy half kneeling on the ground in disbelief. Seeking flowers and rewards. The power of Tao can reflect a person's combat effectiveness, but it cannot completely determine a person's strength. In my opinion, some tend to attack power. Of course, some of the strange abilities of the devil fruit cannot be tested, such as the freezing effect of the frozen fruit. Chapter 16 The Real Genius, Seeking Flowers and Rewards. As if panting, the red-haired boy took a big breath of fresh air. But such a panting red-haired kid, in the eyes of the black charcoal instructor and the suit figure, was like a real monster. Genius, a real genius. This guy, his Dao power, has reached a terrifying 240. You know, he is only 11 or 12 years old. Even if the young 3 admirals are 10 years old, whether they have such Dao power is still unknown. In the voice full of horror, the suit figure and the black charcoal instructor couldn't help but think of the legend of the Navy training camp. The 3 legendary natural fruit owners. They just became the 3 admirals a few months ago. The terrifying existence that symbolizes the highest combat power of the Navy. And when the 3 of them were tested, the Dao power they left at the beginning, although it reached several thousand, even the most destructive Admiral Akina reached tens of thousands. But at that time, they were all 19 years old, or even 20 years old. So it is estimated that when they were more than 10 years old, their Dao power was estimated to be only a few hundred. And now, a genius who is only 11 or 12 years old and has reached an astonishing 200 Dao power has appeared. Although immature, but the figure half kneeling on the ground vaguely shows the future arrogance, and indescribable sharpness. However, at this time, these guys don't know what a real monster is. That is, the 8-year-old Charlotte Lingling may have broken through 1,000 Dao power. And that is the real monster. Compared to that, the current Noah is really far behind. At this time, Noah doesn't know the shock of the black charcoal instructor and the figure in the suit. Now he is very tired. Really tired. In a trance, that move drained all his energy. Until now, Noah's mind is full of the imprint of that move of speedy sword slash. How to swing better. How to exert more force. Everything is like a brand in the depths of his memory, constantly flashing. And this can be said to be an epiphany. Just because it is difficult for Noah to slash the same second time. But, a better way to put it is, the true inheritance of Kenshin Himura. After Noah concentrated, he resonated with the inheritance, thus reaching that strange critical point. At this time, if you listen carefully, you will definitely find that Noah's Kenshin Himura inheritance has been unlocked one after another, up to 17.5%, a very shocking level. Equivalent to his half-year practice. But, the sword I slashed seems a bit exaggerated. With a bitter smile in his heart, Noah understands. Sword slashing is a move with extremely terrifying explosive power. And the flying sword style's fast sword slashing is even more so. And after Noah's body was repeatedly strengthened by the inheritance system, it also has a physical fitness comparable to that of an adult pirate. And that's not to mention, at that moment, Kenshin Himura seemed to be integrated with him. So, the combination of various factors actually made him slash an extremely exaggerated blow. And, if he remembers correctly, this figure in a suit used a piece of iron at the end. 6 styles, a taijutsu in the Navy that surpasses the limits of human physical fitness. An iron block is a defensive technique among the 6 styles. It pumps strength into a well-trained body, giving it the strength of iron. Hardness. Even bullets and swords can't break it. The only flaw is that it can't move freely when using the iron block. Only the flash of the iron block blocked his amazing attack. And at this moment, staring deeply at Noah, the figure in the suit and the black charcoal instructor seemed to be digesting something. "You are very good." With admiration from the heart, the black charcoal instructor wrote an A grade on the evaluation report. At the same time, he also used certain descriptive words. Noah, from the Frost Moon village in the East Sea, is good at Kendo. Deo power 240. Kendo is amazing. Potential evaluation A, second only to the S level of the 3 generals. Yes, A level. Although he is not as powerful as the 3 admirals, who are S-level monsters, Noah still has room to grow, and there is still a lot of room. Then I will withdraw first. Slowly propping himself up, Noah nodded to the suited figure and the black charcoal instructor, dragged the wooden sword, turned around and walked towards the crowd. But, at this moment, if you pay attention, you will definitely see, one after another boy and girl looking at Noah with horror. Not only them, even some Navy officers who were patrolling not far away, saw this place with their peripheral vision, their pupils shrank to the tip of a needle. Unintentionally, a thought emerged in everyone's mind, the monster is coming. Chapter 17 shocked the Navy headquarters, second update. And not long after this, a piece of news that shocked the entire Navy headquarters spread. A 10-year-old kid actually burst out 240 Deo power in the Deo power test. Simple news, when it fell to the Navy headquarters, was like a stone falling into the lake, causing an uproar. My God! This is too incredible. Are you sure this kid is not a capable person? I saw it with my own eyes. Do you think it can be false? Then, doesn't it mean this is a monster comparable to the 3 new admirals? How is it possible? Only the Deo power is close, and the other aspects are definitely far behind. Discussion after discussion. Many Navy officers were shocked. Some even rushed to the Navy training camp just to see this new little monster. At the same time, in the marshal's office not far from the Navy training camp, a figure wearing a pair of frog glasses, a long beard tied into a braid, and a seagull-shaped hat, also received this news. It seems that this term has recruited a good seedling. With a chuckle, the newly appointed marshal was also happy. This is a good thing. This is not only true for him, but also for the Navy. Just need to train well, at least he will be able to fight as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Thinking of this, the Navy Marshal, that is, compared to the original work, Sengoku, who is 10 years younger, also raised his mouth slightly. And at this moment, as if he noticed something, a figure sitting not far away who was eating donuts suddenly laughed. What's wrong, Sengoku? Since you became the Marshal 3 months ago, you have rarely laughed like this. That's because you just took office, and there are many things to do. With a helpless voice, Sengoku rarely complained about this old friend with whom he had been friends for many years. And this old friend of his is extraordinary. Although he is a vice admiral, he is truly a general. Even stronger than the three little guys who just became the three admirals. And this is Garp, the legendary vice admiral of the Navy. At this time, thinking of the news just received, Zhang Guo also looked up and looked at Garp and said, "There is a 10-year-old kid in the Marine training camp. Just now, during the test, his Dao power score was as high as 240. Young people nowadays are really amazing." With a big laugh, Garp was also a little surprised. But, after a moment, as if he thought of something, Garp couldn't help but sigh. "This little guy is about the same age as the two in my family." Nodding, Zhang Guo also said bluntly, "I plan to arrange him directly to the class led by Zifa. You can talk to Zifa about this." His face was slightly startled. Looking at his old friend who was buried in eating donuts again, Zhang Guo was helpless. Looking for him to discuss things is really not a wise choice. But, forget it. Now, let's arrange it like this. A 10-year-old kendo genius. I believe that Zifa will also like it." At this time, Noah didn't know. He had attracted the attention of a few senior executives. However, even though he didn't know, Noah also vaguely sensed something. Because, as he followed Instructor Kuritan towards the Navy dormitory, many different eyes fell on him. At this moment, he paused. Instructor Kuritan looked back at Noah and said, "You won't be here in a few days." "Won't be here?" Noah was slightly stunned. "Yes, I have reported your grades. If nothing goes wrong, you should go directly to the special class of the Naval Academy." At this point, Instructor Kuritan smiled and reminded him, "But, you have to pay attention, the students in the special class are all geniuses, there are a lot of people with special abilities, although your Daoli test results are good, it is still a bit difficult to rank among the top students in the special class, and many students in the special class are 15 or 16 years old, and some are even 20 years old. You are too young now, it is difficult to compete with them." "I know, Instructor." Noah's mouth corners slightly raised after a response. If it is really as Instructor Kuritan said, then his goal has been achieved. But I wonder if the legendary former Admiral Zifa will be easy to get along with. With a smile in his heart, Noah is also looking forward to it. Chapter 18, the first day of the Navy Headquarters Academy, the third update. The rising sun, the residual light, ripples the sky and the earth. This is the third day that Noah came to the Navy headquarters. However, on this day, Noah was also a transfer student, airborne into a legendary class, the special class. The class known as the Monsters class. And now, following an officer walking in the corridor, Noah's face also showed a rare look of expectation. The legendary class. Noah paused in his heart. Because, at this moment, the officer in front of him had stopped. "Here, it is. You can go in directly later. Regarding your matter, we have already informed Admiral Zifa and other teachers." "Okay." With a response, Noah also raised his eyes. This is a place like the classroom in the previous life. It should be the place where the Naval Academy teaches cultural courses. But, in this way, there is no difference from my school in my previous life. Somewhat speechless, Noah tightened the wooden sword in his hand, and walked towards the classroom door. "New student, Noah, come to report. Please come in." The sudden response. Unexpectedly, it was a female voice. "Isn't it Admiral Zifa?" With a doubt in his heart, Noah slowly opened the classroom door. And at that moment, what caught Noah's eyes was a young female officer, and a dozen figures who were about his age. However, compared to other children of the same age, the children here are not simple. One by one, actually made Noah feel a little pressure. And among them, two figures in particular attracted Noah's attention. Anne and Binz. While murmuring, Noah's eyes also looked at the two figures who looked 15 or 16 years old. Although they are still very young now. But their appearance is not much different 10 years later. And this is why Noah recognized them at a glance. Anne, a little beauty with smooth sea blue wavy long hair. Although her figure is not as tall as the future, she already has some shadows of a big beauty. In particular, her cold and beautiful posture is very similar to the future. And now, this little beauty is just looking at him with curiosity. Besides her, the other figure that Noah cares about, Binz, the Fruit of Prosperity ability user, is also like this. These excellent students are also very curious about Noah, this monster who suddenly appeared recently. Nice to meet you. My name is Noah. It was a very simple introduction, but it was the only thing Noah could say. He is not good at talking. And he came here to become stronger, not to play with a group of children. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a subtle arc. Noah also walked slowly to the back of the classroom under the gaze of one genius after another. Really arrogant. Tisk tisk. But who makes him a genius? Geniuses must have the capital to be proud. Humph. Who here is not a genius? A sneer put an end to this rare noise. As for the female officer on the stage, she just looked at it, but did not interfere too much. The Naval Academy has never rejected competition. After all, healthy competition is also conducive to the growth of these naval cadets. However, it must be said here that, this class, this female officer seems to be unable to control it. In the entire academy, except for the former Admiral Zifa, who is nearly 60 years old, no one can control it. Because, this class, has produced the current 3 admirals, and one after another vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. The legendary special class, monsters gather. The so-called ability users are common here. Like now, there are 13 students in the whole class. There are 10 ability users alone. Among them, the only ones who are not ability users are the new transfer student Noah and the black man with the blood of the giant. The Navy class is very simple and short. It was only a short while before the class was over. At this time, without hesitation, Noah stood up and walked towards the training room introduced by the officer before. There is a wide field and countless training equipment. It is a very good training place. But, just as Noah was about to walk out of the classroom door, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in Noah's sight. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Binz, Lush Fruit, 4th Update. This is a little giant who is much taller than an ordinary child, 3 or 4 meters tall. The skin is dark, exposed outside the clothes, it is actually a mountain of muscles. The little giant, the black man, is the top of the special class. Now at the age of 16, he has the strength of an ordinary lieutenant or even a captain. Boy, I heard you are very. Before the words fell, a knife light was ushered in while the corner of the little giant's eyes twitched. Hey, what are you doing? Hurriedly dodging, the little giant black man also shouted. Are you crazy? Damn! You blocked my way. The faint voice sounded in his ears, the little giant black man's face also froze violently. Even cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Because, at this time, a sharp edge was hanging around his neck. And that was exactly the wooden sword in Noah's hand. Don't bother me, don't affect me. Noah had already taken back the wooden sword in his hand and walked away, as if it was a warning or a reminder. Left behind, everyone in the special class looked at each other. What the hell? Many students were stunned in confusion. And among them, several students narrowed their eyes slightly. What a fast sword! With a sigh, the beautiful girl Anne with smooth sea blue wavy hair also looked serious. She also practiced kendo. However, she had to admit that her sword was not as sharp as this guy, nor so fast. Noah didn't care much about the previous episode. Provocation was inevitable, after all, he was too sharp now. However, with the proper warning, it would surely stop. With a smile in his heart, Noah's brows did frown violently. Is it an illusion? While murmuring in his heart, Noah also looked back at the distance. For some reason, he felt like he was being watched. At this time, what Noah did not notice was, from afar, a burly figure with short purple hair was looking at him with a smile. Not bad, it's really a good seedling. Not bad. A compliment, the female teacher who had just taught Noah also commented. This kid has a lot of aura. Moreover, he is more decisive and sharp than ordinary people. With a slight nod, this burly figure slowly turned around and walked away. During this period of time, I will pay attention to him. I hope he is better than I thought. Looking at the burly figure who laughed and slowly left, the female officer also showed a touch of respect in the depths of her eyes. Admiral Zifa, the teacher of the Navy. I don't know how many excellent disciples he has taught. Even she walked out of Admiral Zifa's hands. At this time, a training room. 1992-1993-1994. Noah shouted softly, holding a wooden sword and swinging it again and again. However, compared with when he first came to the pirates, the wooden sword in his hand was more stable and more powerful. Of course, in the eyes of others, Noah's swing was a bit scary. Because his swing was as standard as a textbook. Many students in the special class looked at each other in surprise. This kid really has the capital to be proud. Quietly looking at this figure who was swinging a long sword in the corner again and again, carrying a long sword and wearing a clown costume, he couldn't help but sigh. This is Bins, the ability of the lush fruit, who can control nearby plants and accelerate the growth of plants. Although the ability of the devil fruit is not born for fighting. But with his identity as a ninja and his strength, he is also in the top 3 in the entire special class. The only one who can steadily suppress him is the girl Anne, who is known as the Master of Time. She has the ability of the reversal fruit and can return to the age of 7 or 8 with one touch. This is nothing. So, it is recognized that Anne is the first. After all, it is too difficult for them to fight without being hit by a strong person of the same age. Even the most spiritual monkey in the special class can't do it. At this time, listening to Binz's sigh, a thin child not far away also stepped forward. How about you try it? Try it. Slightly stunned, Binz also looked at the thin child in astonishment. Monkey, the animal-type devil fruit monkey fruit ability user, more flexible than others can imagine. This is a madman. He just chopped everyone he saw, even the black guy was defeated. Black guy, that was a provocation. If it were me, I would have chopped him with a knife. As he said this, the monkey also laughed. But now, it's different. This is our special class's unique training base. Occasional sparring is also normal. Is that so? With a murmur, Binz's face also showed a hint of excitement. Asterisk. Explanation of Daoli and monsters. Explain. Although I often watch One Piece, I really don't know that Akainu joined the Navy at the age of 26. So, to a certain extent, there was a mistake. I am very sorry. Before, I took Akainu joining the Navy at the age of more than 10 as the premise. Now, the author has modified this point. Please don't mind, I have modified it. Afterwards, I will definitely be more careful. Pay attention to details. As for the monsters, the protagonist has the potential to become a monster, but he is not a monster yet. Time will prove this. He is now only a little genius. The ordinary Navy holds weapons with a power of 10. And he has a power of 240. Should be considered a genius. As for the speculation of the book Friends, the 8-year-old Charlotte Lingling has a power of over 1,000. The 3 admirals who just joined the navy have a power of thousands or even tens of thousands, I also agree. After all, when they joined the navy, they were nearly 10 years older than the protagonist. The age difference, the physical development, and 10 years of training, these are all influencing factors. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The Terrible Noah, First Update. However, before he could say anything, a shout suddenly sounded in the training base. Noah, your name is Noah, right? Someone here wants to fight with you. After saying that, the monkey suddenly pulled back, exposing Bins to Noah's sight. Fight with me. The faint voice echoed in the training base, attracting everyone's attention. At this time, Bins was dumbfounded, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. You guy! Glazing at the monkey fiercely. Bins also stepped forward and said, I want to spar with you. It's really not his style to directly challenge such a strange kid. However, there is no way. After being tricked by the monkey, he could only bite the bullet. Okay. Noah responded, since he made such a stunning move 3 days ago, he has not really made a move, and he doesn't even know his own strength. After all, after that amazing strike, his sword heritage unlocking reached an astonishing 17%, and his body was also slightly strengthened 7 times. Although this strengthening range is small, but it is much more exaggerated than hard training. So, Kaka. Noah tightened the wooden sword in his hand, making a crisp sound, and looked up at the figure walking slowly not far away. Compared to him, this guy named Bins is undoubtedly much taller. And looking at his age, he should be 15 or 16 years old. 15 or 16 years old. The body has already begun to develop, and has been trained for a long time. It is far from comparable to those brothers in the Ishin dojo. But even so, Noah's mouth corners were slightly upturned, outlining a cold arc. And it was this cold arc that made Bins and other students shudder. For some reason, they all had an illusion in their hearts, as if something had been awakened. The training ground was very large, as large as several football fields in the previous life. And now, in the center of the training ground, on a very empty lawn, 2 figures stood opposite each other. However, from a distance, they looked a bit out of place. Because one of the figures looked 15 or 16 years old, and the other was estimated to be about 10 years old. Just in terms of body size, both were like an adult and a child. However, the unbelievable 15 or 16-year-old figure had an indescribable solemnity on his face. Sharp. Very sharp. The eyes of this 10-year-old kid were as sharp as a knife. What frightened him even more was that he actually felt a pressure, just like the terrible pressure he felt when he fought against Anne, the first person in the special class. How is it possible? Shocked in his heart, Bins was also a little stunned. A mere 10-year-old kid actually made him feel pressured. But, this feeling, was confirmed in the next second, it was not an illusion. Boom! Accompanied by the sudden shaking of the earth, in Bins's stunned eyes, this red-haired kid actually ran over at a terrifying speed. Yes, running. And, his speed was ridiculously fast. It is hard to imagine that this is the speed of a 10-year-old kid. But that's the fact. Slash with a sword at high speed. The sudden whisper sounded in his ears, but it made Bins's face change suddenly. Just because of this moment, his hair stood up, and a chill suddenly rose from the soles of his feet. Retreat, must retreat. Frightened in his heart, Bins retreated again and again. But, in the next moment, boom! Accompanied by a roar, in the stunned eyes of more than a dozen students in the special class, Noah's wooden sword had already slashed towards Bins fiercely. What a fast knife! This thought came to everyone at the same time. Everyone also saw, Noah's wooden sword had already landed in front of Bins. However, before the blade light completely fell. Swish! He pulled out the long sword behind him, and Bins actually went forward to attack. Boom! The terrible roar suddenly echoed. When they met in close combat, the two of them were actually shocked. The force! The terrible force! The force far exceeded their age. At this moment, they began to collide. Noah, because of the repeated strengthening of the system, a full 17 times, has widened the age gap with others. And this Binns, all thanks to the hard training in the Navy headquarters in the past few years. So, Binns caught Noah's knife. However, he just caught it. The corner of his mouth curled up, as if he was happy to meet his prey. Noah actually slashed again. And it was so scary. The annoying thing is that this knife was actually a bit faster than the previous one. Boom! The terrible slash fell again, but it made Binns change color suddenly. Boom! Another knife slashed hard on his knife, and the powerful force made him feel pain in the palm of his hand. However, before Binns could react again. Boom! 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 One knife after another, continuously, Noah actually forced Binns back. That terrible force! That continuous slash! Make Binns a little confused. For a moment, as powerful as he was, he kept retreating, and there were several more deep figures on the grass. Are you kidding? My God, this is Binns! One exclamation after another, the students watching the game all twitched their eyes. Is this fake? In the special class, Binns, who was strong enough to rank in the top 3, was beaten by a 10-year-old kid. Chapter 21 General Zifa, second update. But, this is just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The increasingly violent attack made people's scalps numb. At this moment, Noah seemed to have awakened something. His blood was boiling. Excited, hearty. There was an indescribable joy. Finally someone could catch his slash. Even if it was just barely blocked, it was still caught. In this way, Noah was finally able to vent everything he had. You know, in Ishin Dojo, because of more than a year of hard training and kendo inheritance, Noah's strength had long surpassed that at Novice Village. In addition to the certain enhancement of the system, Noah didn't even have the desire to swing a long sword. Just because he was afraid that he would kill someone with one blow. However, now, it was different. This guy who was only 5 or 6 years older than him could actually block his attack. Ha ha ha! The sudden wild laughter had a wildness that did not belong to this age group. And Noah's attack became more and more fierce, and even a trace of afterimage appeared. But, at this moment, the vines grow. In the sudden shout, the ground under Noah's feet shook violently. Then, as Noah's pupils shrank, several wrist-thick, like snake-like vines, suddenly came to strangle him. This is the lush fruit. With a shock in his heart, Noah also pulled back violently. The lush fruit can accelerate the growth of plants and can also control plants. However, what Noah did not expect was that this person was so skilled in controlling the fruit. Swish, swish. Several consecutive sounds broke through the air. These vines did not slow down and still attacked Noah. Interesting. Noah, who had adapted to the vines, drew his sword fiercely. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds followed, and the vines broke. But at this moment, shua! A figure suddenly broke through the air. Binns, using the cover of the vines, pulled Noah close. Bang! The samurai sword in his hand fell down fiercely, but as Binns's pupil shrank, a wooden sword stood horizontally and just caught it. At the same time, bang! A fierce knee strike came along. What a quick reaction! Binns exclaimed in his heart, and he dodged sideways. But at the next moment, bang! Noah swung his right leg fiercely, and he actually pulled out a whip kick in an instant, hitting Binns's body fiercely. Boom! With a roar, Binns was blown away by Noah. But, at this moment, before Binns could react, Dragon Sword Flash! Noah swooped down with a sudden warning. At the same time, he stood with his sword horizontally, and pushed the entire blade up from bottom to top. Dragon Sword Flash, a killing move, mainly using the blade to cut the opponent's joints or throat, extremely deadly. Not good. With a cry of surprise in his heart, Binz, who was still flying backwards in the air, was also horrified at the figure that suddenly attacked him. Faster than imagined. However, even faster was the wooden sword that suddenly cut his throat from bottom to top. Sharp, horrifying, and terrifying. Accompanied by it was the terrifying murderous intent. This was a bloody knife, and it was also a knife full of murderous intent. Be careful, Binz. With one cry after another, the other students in the special class also sensed the crisis. All this was because Noah's knife was so terrifying and so sudden, that Binz didn't even react. Just when Noah's blade was about to approach Binz's throat, Noah's body suddenly paused. At this time, if you pay attention to Noah's eyes, you will definitely see a flash of scarlet in his eyes. Die! Noah's heart growled like a beast, and his red hair was flying. The killing intent was so moving. Binz was also stiff, and a suffocating feeling of encountering a flood and beast suddenly enveloped him. At this time, he actually smelled a breath of death. But, at this time, shua! The sudden break in the air exceeded the limit of the naked eye. And in the next moment, with a single hand, a thick palm blocked Noah's wooden sword. Boom! Accompanied by a terrible roar, the long sword stopped. How is it possible? Noah cried out in his heart, and was also shocked. A person actually blocked his attack with his palm. Although he was using a wooden sword, it would be no problem to cut through a boulder. However, now, how is it possible? But, at this time, what shocked Noah even more was that the wooden sword in his hand could not move, as if it was clamped by a terrifying force. It could not move even a little bit. Don't struggle, you are still too young. A loud laugh, and then, before Noah could react, a palm of this figure had already pressed on his head. Good boy, your killing intention is really pure. It seems to be admiration, and also relief. After a slight pause, Noah slowly raised his head, and a moment. What caught Noah's eyes was a purple-haired, very burly figure. General Zifa. In astonishment, Noah was also stunned. Like a mountain, unshakable. He was very capable, and there was no sign of a 60-year-old man. Instead, he had an indescribable toughness. However, what Noah cared about most was that his arms were intact. Haven't encountered any attacks from people with special abilities yet. He murmured in his heart, but Noah heard a loud laugh. Kid, remember, your killing intent is for pirates, not your own people, **. Chapter 22 Terrible Growth, 3rd Update. Zeph, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, the world government's highest combat power, was called Black Arm Zephyr because of his powerful armament haki. He fought countless pirates in his life, but never killed any enemy, and was called the general who never kills. However, this was in the past. Since his family was killed by pirates when he was 42 years old, he began to hate pirates. And this is Zephyr, an unexpectedly rough life. And at this time, slowly raising his eyes and staring at this figure, Noah's eyes also flashed with a touch of heat. Unimaginably powerful, the oppression brought by it is suffocating. This is a pure physical training expert, who has reached an incredible realm for the cultivation of the body, and his domineering cultivation is even more terrifying. Zeph, teacher. Calling softly, Noah did not hide the heat in the depths of his eyes. You little brat, are interesting. With a sigh of admiration, Zifa looked at Noah. With long fiery red hair and a young face, one can vaguely see the future handsomeness. Why is a little boy so handsome? Muttering in his heart, Zifa pressed the hand on Noah's head and rubbed Noah's hair. However, in a moment, as if he thought of something, Zifa also reminded. Sparring, it's not good to be so cruel. I know. With a response, Noah tightened the wooden sword in his hand, then turned around and walked towards a corner. However, not long after Noah turned around and left, a heavy voice also sounded in Noah's ears. Don't use the wooden sword, swordsmen need to see blood. Next time when you go out for internship, I will take you to kill a few sea beasts. After a pause, Noah's mouth corners also curled up slightly. This is Teacher Zifa. He really loves his students. Even though it was just a first meeting, Noah could hear the deep concern. However, it was a pity that such a righteous person was forced into a desperate situation by this world. What a pity! With a sigh, Noah's figure gradually walked away. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. And in this half year, Noah also adapted to the life of the Navy headquarters. However, his activity area was very simple. In addition to the classroom, dormitory, and training room, his life of 3 points and 1 line made many students in the special class twitch their eyes. It's really too hard. Obviously, he has such a terrifying talent, and he works so hard, how can we live? One exclamation after another represents the recognition of many students in the special class for Noah, a little kid. In the Navy, strength is everything. And when Noah came to the special class, he proved with his strength that he was not inferior to others. In this way, he naturally won the respect of everyone. At this time, in the huge training room, boom, 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 there were roars one after another. It was 4 figures fighting fiercely in the open space. Wild growth. In the sudden roar, dozens of vines were visible to the naked eye, like spirit snakes, breaking out of the ground and attacking the shortest figure. This is Binz, the user of the fruit of luxuriance. Cut. With a roar, the sharp blade cut through the air and cut off all the vines. Accompanied by a sharp edge, it was pulled towards Binz not far away. This monster dodged in a panic. Binz also saw that the ground behind him had a deep and bottomless knife mark. And this is Noah. Half a year after coming to the Navy headquarters, his transformation was visible to the naked eye. Not only was he half a head taller, but his strength was also more and more terrifying. Now, even Binz was unwilling to take his slash head on. Therefore, many students in the special class called Noah a monster. This was not a monster in terms of strength, but in terms of growth speed. His growth speed was too fast, so fast that it was terrifying. And at this moment, roar! With a low roar, a figure that looked like a monkey actually left a trail of afterimages and pounced on Noah. This is a monkey, an animal. The lemur fruit user is an extremely flexible guy. And now, swish! The monkey stretched out its claws like swords with both hands and grabbed Noah fiercely. What a fast speed! Noah sighed and stomped on the ground with 1 foot. Bang bang bang! A sudden roar, Noah's figure disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. Yes, disappeared. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. And for this, many students in the special class, even Mr. Zifa who was watching from a distance, were amazed. What an outrageous guy! Asterisk. Chapter 23 6 Styles, Shave, 4th update. Yes, outrageous. Because this move is the shave among the 6 styles of the Navy. In a moment, 0.36 seconds, stomping on the ground at high speed dozens of times continuously to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed, it seems like disappearing from the enemy's eyes. A very terrifying physical skill, but it is a physical skill that can only be practiced by surpassing the limits of the human body. Originally, at Noah's age, his physical strength could not exceed the limits of the human body. But this could not withstand his constant training for more than half a year, and the unlocking of inheritance, and now it is as high as 32%. Up to 32 times of strengthening. According to Noah's guess, if his body is strengthened 100 times, he may catch up with the giants. And at that time, it is also conceivable that a small body has the power and strength that is no less than that of the giants. How terrifying it is! And now, some signs can be seen. Up to 32 times of strengthening, Noah's body has completely surpassed the limits of the human body and reached the level of some special races in this world. Like the fish people, the fur people. Although it cannot be compared with the physical fitness of the giants, let alone the body of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. But now Noah's physical fitness can be called terrible. So, the so-called physical skills beyond the human limit, the Navy 6 styles, is not difficult for Noah. Just like now. Step. Falling on the ground, a pit has emerged, but Noah's figure disappears in an instant. Moving at high speed, beyond the speed of the naked eye. Boom! The sudden roar, it turned out that Noah suddenly pulled the monkey close, and a whip kick hit the monkey fiercely. "You bastard!" With a shrill cry, the monkey was whipped dozens of meters away. However, this is not the time to be careless. Because Noah has already sensed a trace of danger. Is it Anne? With a chuckle, Noah noticed that a beautiful woman with smooth sea blue wavy long hair, holding a ball of pink flames similar to ghost fire, was slapping him. Anne, the ability user of the backward fruit, a very dangerous guy. Several times, when they sparred, Noah was defeated by touching the pink flame in her palm. The reason for this was that, if he touched the flame in her palm, his age would regress, back to a child of several years old. And this was fatal to Noah. So, draw the sword quickly. A whisper greeted Anne with a flash of sword light like lightning. Swish! The light blue hair fell in the air, and Anne was stunned. Drawing the sword faster than before. It was really too terrifying. Don't you know how to be gentle with women? A cold snort, knowing that he was defeated, Anne crossed his arms and looked at Noah coldly. No response. There was only the usual standing with the sword put away. Then, Noah actually walked towards Teacher Zifa, who was not far away, under the helpless gazes of Monkey, Binz, and Anne, the 3 top geniuses in the special class. Alas! A complete defeat, the 3 of us combined can't beat him. This guy's strength is probably as strong as that of a top swordsman, catching up with a lieutenant colonel or even a colonel in the Navy. Maybe, but an ordinary colonel may not be able to beat this monster. Listening to Binz's voice, Monkey also covered his lower abdomen and walked from a distance with a twitching face. God knows how terrible that kick was. Until now, his internal organs are still rolling, and waves of cramps are constantly coming. But, fortunately, this guy should have held back. Otherwise, his whip kick would be enough to break his bones. This guy is definitely a monster. Monkey looked at Noah's back with more and more helplessness as he marveled in his heart. That almost abnormal growth rate. Almost every few days, there will be an increase in strength. Even Mr. Zifa has marveled at Noah's growth rate more than once. And now, in just half a year, this little guy has firmly stood at the top of the special class, even if Ein, who ranks 2nd, and he, who ranks 3rd, and Binz, who ranks 4th, are not his opponents. At this time, Noah selectively ignored everyone's gaze and came to the front of this burly figure with purple hair. Mr. Zifa. I should be able to start practicing domineering now. Haki, the potential power that all humans in this world have, this power is an innate ability, momentum, murderous intent, fighting spirit. When you manipulate these invisible feelings, willpower can be turned into weapons, and thus, into amplifying your own domineering. And domineering is divided into armed color, observation color, and possessing the qualifications of king. To cultivate the domineering color domineering. One of the reasons why Noah came to the Navy was to cultivate this kind of power. Only by cultivating this kind of power can his power really change qualitatively. Before that, Teacher Zifa also promised, if Noah can defeat Anne and the other 2 head-on, and his physical fitness is up to standard, he will personally teach him domineering. PS- Please give me flowers and rewards. Inheritance is the inheritance of kendo, and strengthening is the strengthening of the body. The combination of the two has created the protagonist's current terrifying growth. Chapter 24 Armament Haki, First Update. You know, Zeph, but relying on the powerful armament Haki, is known as the Black Arm. In this way, it is also conceivable that Teacher Zifa, a strong man who specializes in physical skills, how terrifying is the armament Haki? And if he teaches in person? Just thinking about it, Noah's eyes are a little hotter. As a result, Teacher Zifa, who is not far away, can't help but be stunned when he sees it. You little guy, you are really obsessed with Haki. Noah grinned, but he didn't comment. Coming to the Navy to learn Haki was his original purpose. Now, he was so close, he didn't need to hide it. At this time, taking a deep look at Noah, this handsome kid with red hair, Mr. Zifa's mouth was rarely raised. And the next moment, boom! In the sudden roar, it seemed as if the space was frozen, and then, a fist as big as a sandbag was pulled in front of Noah in an instant. What made his face change even more was, this fist was actually wrapped with strands of black airflow. In a breath, the whole fist was wrapped and turned into a dark color like ink. Armament Haki! Noah exclaimed in his heart, but he found that his whole body was frozen. It was as if the whole space was locked. And the terrifying fist pressure and the strong wind made his face tremble. The domineering aura of armed color can enhance personal defense, and it acts like invisible armor. Speaking softly, this burly figure leaped up and slammed the extremely terrifying fist into the ground not far away. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the ground trembled, and the entire small training base seemed to have an earthquake. At this time, looking at the center of the venue, it can be seen that the rolling dust was several feet high. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, what was imprinted in the eyes of the 13 students was a giant pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Yes, the diameter reached an astonishing 20 meters. What was even more terrifying was that it was 3 or 4 meters deep. One punch, just one punch. That inky black fist seemed indestructible. Its terrifying fist force could penetrate the earth. However, in actual combat, the armament Haki that acts like armor can be transformed into offensive power. The heavy voice echoed in the air. It seemed to be explaining and teaching. But it made the pupils of the students in the special class shrink to the tip of a needle. Terrible and horrified. Teacher Zifa, who rarely showed his own strength, used the method of teaching by example to tell everyone the horror of armament Haki. Hey! Looking at the huge pit not far away in a daze, even Noah, who knew the horror of armament Haki, couldn't help but take a breath. However, he was more shocked by Teacher Zifa's strength. He was obviously over 60 years old. But when he pounced, he was like a flood and a beast, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. To put it bluntly, if that punch had landed on him, he would have been turned into meat paste at this moment. At this time, looking at the stunned students one after another, Zifa smiled indifferently. They are still too young now. Like fledglings, tender and cute. However, Zifa believes that they will one day become the backbone of the Navy, just like the students before him. And now, it is time to popularize the knowledge of domineering to them. By the way, teach the little guy Noah. Noah, this kid who is only 11 years old, used his talent and hard work to prove himself to him. And he, of course, will not break his promise. And it must be mentioned that Noah's current physical fitness has indeed reached the standard of practicing domineering. It's just an 11-year-old kid mastered domineering. Mumbling in his heart, Zifa couldn't help but laugh and cry. Just thinking about it is a bit strange. However, if this little guy Noah really succeeds, I'm afraid it will shake the whole sea. And, for some reason, he now has a hint of expectation. He is worth cultivating. With a voice of affirmation, Zephyr also stared deeply at this red-haired boy. He has a very high talent in swordsmanship, his physical fitness is also far beyond that of ordinary people, he has broken the limits of the human body one after another. And a boy with such talent actually has several times more efforts than his peers. Tisk tisk. Smacking his lips, Zifa is also looking forward to the growth of Noah. Maybe, this class of the Navy will really produce a monster that shakes the sea, asterisk. Chapter 25 Bloodstained the Boy, Second Update. In the New World, Haki is not a new thing. The key is to what extent you can train Haki. After explaining, Zifa took Noah, An, Monkey, and Bins to a warship. This is a training ship. And now, Zepha is taking these 4 people to find a good place to learn Haki. As for the other students, I'm sorry, they haven't even reached the threshold of practicing Haki now. So, it's a pity. Teacher Zifa, does the strength of Haki depend on the body? The sudden question came from An, the only delicate girl among the 4 students. I've said before that domineering is the potential power of the human body, which is naturally related to physical strength, but this is not absolute. Because the essence of domineering is also momentum, murderous intent, and fighting spirit, when you manipulate these invisible feelings, willpower will become a weapon, so, the strength of domineering, your willpower is also one of the factors affecting it. Telling one after another, Mr. Zifa's insights on domineering are extremely unique. Even Noah, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Murderous intent, so, the murderous intent in my heart can also be used. While mumbling, Noah was also thoughtful. However, before Noah thought too long, the outline of an island in the distance had attracted the attention of Noah and others. This is the Wild Island, there are countless powerful beasts in it, and in the next 3 months, you will be here to learn domineering. After explaining, Zifa couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth. I don't know how many people can persist here. Heroic, it's not so easy to learn. Although it is not difficult, it is hard work. And these little guys are still young. It is still a little early for them to learn domineering. But Teacher Zifa couldn't stand Noah's repeated inquiries, so he brought them here to teach domineering. I hope they can learn something. With a sigh, Zifa's eyes also showed a hint of expectation. Wild Island. A small island not far from the marine headquarters Marineford. Here, powerful beasts emerge in endlessly, and there are even war elephants that are as big as hills. It is a good place for trials. And in such a place, colliding with powerful beasts again and again can greatly guide the potential of these little guys, so that they can master domineering. Of course. Among the 4 students now, Zifa is most optimistic about Noah. Compared with the other 3, Noah's physical fitness has repeatedly broken through the limit. And he has made efforts far beyond others. Such an existence. If he can't learn domineering, that would be strange. After all, Haki is not a rare thing in the New World, even an unknown little pirate may. So, Zephyr is still very confident that Noah can successfully master Haki. And this time it's not just about learning Haki. He's also taking the best people in the special class to see blood. They are not flowers in a greenhouse. Only in life and death can they truly grow. And soon after that, as the warship slowly approached the shore, Zifa and Noah and the other 4 slowly walked down the warship. Roar, roar, roar. Yin, yin, yin. Roar, roar, endless, coming from the depths of the island. One after another, the breath of beasts standing at the top of the food chain also rushed to the face. Powerful, oppressive, and even more terrifying. And at this moment, roar. The sudden tiger roar woke everyone up. Looking for the sound, they suddenly found that a 3 or 4 meter tall striped giant tiger suddenly jumped out of the woods not far away. The 2 meter long fangs were extremely sharp. The bloody mouth was open, and saliva dripped from time to time. This is... Everyone was surprised. But the next moment, as if it had confirmed something, the saber-toothed tiger roared fiercely. Roar! Along with this terrible tiger roar, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly pounced on Noah and others from a distance. Obviously, it regarded Noah and others as prey. But, before this huge black shadow pounced from the sky, Noah's eyes were already fixed. At the same time, his right hand was also stroking a long knife at his waist. Swish! He suddenly drew his sword. What greeted everyone was a terrifying sword light. Then, roar! With a wail, in the amazed eyes of everyone, the saber-toothed tiger was splashed with blood, and even the body had a deep blood stain. Draw the sword quickly and cut. After more than a year of practice, Noah finally mastered some of the essence. One sword out. Like light and lightning, bringing blood all over the sky. Even Noah's short figure was bathed in a little blood. At a glance, blood sprayed on Noah's forehead, gradually sliding down, dyeing his eyes red. But it really sets off Noah. The blood-stained boy stood in the sunset. People are cold. But what is colder than people is the blade dripping with blood. P.S. Please collect, please give flowers. Are there any rewards? Flowers. Thank you for your support, asterisk. Chapter 26 Fighting, 3rd update. My sword, not yet fast enough. With a sigh, looking at the giant tiger not far away, which was only cut by him with a deep blood mark, Noah was not satisfied. Just because his sword was not fast enough. If he could reach the realm of cutting iron, this sword should directly cut the giant tiger in two, and even cut off all the bones. And the realm of cutting iron is a realm for swordsmen. After cultivating, they can feel the breath of all things and break stones and cut gold. This realm is very mysterious and can only be understood but not explained. However, Zorro in the original work understood this realm at the age of only 19. Thinking about it this way, Noah, who is not inferior to him in talent and has the inheritance of swordsmanship, has reached this realm. It shouldn't take too long. Just, dazed, Noah looked at the blood on the long sword and fell into deep thought. What is iron cutting? It's just a simple cutting of steel. Noah's eyes became deeper and deeper with a murmur. And at this moment, I don't know if he noticed something, a heavy hand suddenly fell on Noah's shoulder. I don't practice kendo, but many of the students I teach are swordsmen. One of them said something that left a deep impression on me. When swordsmanship reaches a certain level, it is no longer just swordsmanship, but also needs to be combined with one's own will. Only a sword that carries your will can cut off everything. Zephyr patiently taught him as he spoke one after another. He liked Noah's hard work. He liked Noah's research even more. Compared to the previous students, even the 3 most talented generals were not as good as Noah in this aspect. I still remember that the night when I first learned the 6 styles, all the students were asleep, but Noah came to the training ground alone, studying and training day and night. It was that day, Zephyr realized how terrible this little guy was. That kind of desire to become stronger, and even more persistence in becoming stronger, almost turned into mud, supporting him. At this time, quietly listening to the voice of teacher Zifa, Noah also he was slightly startled. Combined with his own will. While murmuring, he could not help but think of what teacher Kojiro once said to him, feel the breath of all things. A true swordsman can cut off everything. Will. Breath. While murmuring, Noah's eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, a kind of enlightenment rose in his heart. But this enlightenment was inexplicable, but mysterious. Even his right hand holding the knife tightened a little. Maybe, I am not far away from the realm of cutting iron. While speaking softly, a barely perceptible scarlet flashed in the depths of Noah's eyes. This little guy's understanding is amazing. Smacking his lips, Zifa secretly praised the little guy who had understood something. However, now is not the time for Noah to study this. Let's go to the depths of the island. As he said this, Zifa had already led An, Noah, and the other 4 to the depths of the island. He only planned to teach Noah and others on the island for 3 months, but there was not much time to waste. Kill! A loud shout suddenly echoed in the depths of the island. Looking up, Noah was actually fighting with an iron-backed silver ape. However, this iron-backed silver ape was too huge, 3 to 5 meters high, and full of oppression. Even as powerful as Noah was, he was defeated. At a disadvantage. If he was hit by this guy's punch, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. In another area, An, the monkey, and Bins also found a powerful beast one after another and started fighting. Boom, boom. The terrible roar continued to sound, but it also attracted everyone's attention. Looking up, it turned out to be the iron-backed silver ape that Noah was fighting. It split the mountains and crushed the stones. Wherever it passed, countless trees were uprooted. What's more exaggerated is that this monster also hugged a giant tree as thick as a bucket with both hands and smashed it towards Noah. Boom! With a loud noise, it was like thunder on the ground. Even Noah he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Looking for the sound, a giant pit appeared not far from him. And this is the power of the iron-backed silver ape. As one of the most powerful beasts on the entire island, the iron-backed silver ape definitely has the strength of a naval colonel or even a major general. Especially his defense, which is even more terrifying. Even Noah's lightning-fast sword only left a white mark when he slashed with his sword. "What are you doing, Bins? The giant python is attacking." A loud shout was a rare reminder from teacher Zifa. "Okay." After a moment of daze, Bins also reacted and quickly retracted his gaze towards Noah's battlefield, then retreated violently and quickly dodged. The collision of this giant python that is more than 20 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Alas! These little guys are really worrying. Helplessly, Zifa, with his hands folded across his chest, stood under a big tree, but he did not dare to be distracted and looked at the 4 battlefields carefully. If anyone is in danger, he must be the first to take action. Just because, these are all his most beloved students. And in this regard, he is different from Garp and Rayleigh. If possible, he does not want his most beloved students to be hurt. Just because, after his family was brutally killed by pirates, these lovely students have become his only family, and also his the biggest concern in this world, **. Chapter 27 Cutting Iron and Domineering, 4th update. Time for training always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half has passed. In this month and a half, An, Noah, Bins, and the monkey have become like savages, with disheveled clothes and extremely embarrassed bodies. Fighting day after day, even they are a little bit overwhelmed. However, at this time, if you look at Noah, you will definitely see that he is particularly energetic with his long red hair, and his eyes are extremely bright, like a torch. Swish, swish. Even when he is resting, his right hand is waving the long sword tirelessly. It's this feeling, a feeling that can cut everything off. Whispering softly, Noah is particularly surprised. Just because, he really caught the feeling of cutting everything off. Just like now. Shua! A sound of breaking through the air, only a sound of Kaz was heard, and a trace appeared on a boulder not far away. Then, kaka, kaka. One after another crisp sound, the whole boulder was cracked. Cut in two with one knife, but the cut was as smooth as a crystal. And this is Noah's current slash. Although it was only a moment, Noah now grasped this feeling. At this time, if you pay attention to Noah's attribute panel, you will definitely find that his sword inheritance unlocking has reached an astonishing 40%. 40%, very astonishing data. This means that Noah has mastered 40% of Himura Kenshin's swordsmanship. And now, Noah's sharp swordsmanship, even Zifa couldn't help but admire it. I can't believe it, Noah is only 11 years old. Sighing again and again, Zifa also looked at the boulder that Noah chopped open. Cut iron, this terrible realm, Noah actually touched it at the age of 11. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that his practice of domineering is also gradually getting better. Given time, it is foreseeable that he will become domineering. However, at this moment, as if he thought of something, Zifa couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I can't accompany you. After he finished speaking, one after another looked over, even Noah, who was sitting by the campfire, rarely looked over. What's wrong, Zifa teacher? Anne asked softly, who had just washed his hair and still had some crystals on his hair, was also a little confused. Didn't we agree on 3 months? Why only 1.5 months? Marshal Jean Guo just sent me a message, asking me to go back. After a response, Zifa raised his eyes and smiled. It's okay, I have taught you everything you should teach. The rest depends on your own efforts. However, when he said this, Teacher Zifa glared at Monkey and Bins fiercely. You two come back with me. You are always playing around. It's also worrying to stay here. Ah! After 2 consecutive exclamations, Monkey and Bins jumped up excitedly. Actually, they were asked to go back. You know, this place is not just free, and there are a lot of fun things. It would be a pity to leave like this. However, looking at Teacher Zifa's warning eyes, Monkey and Bins couldn't help but look at each other, and then lowered their heads one after another. But what they didn't know at this time was, Zifa was doing it for the good of the two of them. Playing around is still a small matter. The key is that these 2 little guys are not strong enough. It's very dangerous to stay on this island full of dangers. But Noah and Ian are different. They are strong enough to protect themselves. With mutual support, they should be able to survive well on this island. As for Bins and Ian, these 2 burdens, forget it. If they really stay here, they might drag down Noah and Ian. And this is what Zifa doesn't want to see. Teacher Zifa. A call, full of reluctance, Ian also bit his lip. Silly child. I will go back to the Navy headquarters and come back soon. Even if I can't come by then, I will arrange a warship to pick you up. At this point, Zifa also looked forward to it. Try hard. I hope to see a different you in a month or 2, especially you Noah. Don't let me down. After a pause, Noah squeezed out a smile on his face and said, I will definitely not let you down, Teacher Zifa. In his firm response, Noah was confident. He believed, if he was given some more time, he would definitely usher in a qualitative change. At that time, the knife in his hand will cut off everything. Well, that's good. Nodding, Zifa was also happy to go. This little guy he watched grow up, until now, has indeed never let him down. But, I just don't know how far this little guy will grow. At only 11 years old, his sword skills have reached a terrifying level, as sharp as if he has practiced for decades, and he will make a breakthrough almost every few days. Now, he has even reached the realm of cutting iron, and even his domineering aura is showing a trend of mastery. Not to mention, his physical fitness is also terrifyingly strong, and it is improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tisk tisk, this is a monster that is not inferior to Sakaski and Kyuzan, I can be sure. With a smile in his heart, Teacher Zifa took Bins and Monkey to board the warship overnight and headed towards the Navy headquarters. Leaving only Noah and Ein, standing quietly by the sea, watching them leave, eyes flickering uncontrollably. Please collect, please reward. If you have flowers, please support me, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Sweet Girl Anne, First Update. Night falls, and countless little stars are dotted in the dark blue sky. However, this wild island ushered in a carnival of wild beasts. Roar, roar. Ah, ah. Muffled roars, terrible wolf howls, one after another wild beasts hunting in the dark also climbed up silently. And at this time, beside an extinguished campfire, listening to the roars of beasts from afar, Anne couldn't help shrinking. After all, she is a girl, even if she is powerful, she will show her timid side in the dead of night. Moreover, her greatest support, Mr. Zifa, has left him. Gritting his teeth, Ian tightened the animal skin covering his body, as if to keep himself warmer. However, at this moment, as if thinking of something, Ian could not help but look up and look into the distance. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, adding a layer of white frost to the earth. And in the cold moonlight, a young red-haired boy sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was thinking, or pretending to sleep. This is Noah, a little kid 4 or 5 years younger than her. Although they have known each other for more than half a year, the two of them rarely talk. Just because, neither she nor Noah are talkative people. And now, he is the only person left on the island. But fortunately, the strength of this kid is unexpectedly terrifying, so there is no need to worry too much about safety. But at this moment, as if he noticed Ian's gaze, the boy sitting cross-legged on a boulder also slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, but suffocatingly cold. He was still cold to everyone as always. No. He seemed to be unexpectedly gentle to the new student named Gina. Last time, she saw this guy teaching Kuina swordsmanship. However, if Noah knew this, he would definitely twitch his eyes. God bless him, he didn't teach her hand in hand. It's just that Kuina's sword swing had some flaws, so he gave her some guidance. After all, he and teacher Kojiro promised that he would take good care of Kuina. This was his promise. You sleep peacefully, I'll keep watch for you. The sudden voice came from a distance, which made Anne startled slightly, and even his eyes blinked, as if he was surprised. This cold little guy actually cared about her? Some were stunned, but more were surprised. However, thinking of this little guy, who was only 11 or 12 years old, she curled her lips and said, "No need." Speaking of this, Anne stood up, took off the animal skin on his body, revealing a slender and tall figure. Half a year has passed, for the growing Anne, it is a transformation. Just because, in the past half year, her figure has grown very fast. Even, not only her figure, but also her face has become more sweet and lovely. If it weren't for her strong strength, I'm afraid many students in the special class would pursue her. After all, the Navy emphasizes strength. If you are not as strong as others, you don't even have the courage to pursue. You should go to sleep, I'll keep watch. Pulling out a long sword from his waist, Anne also said. Silence, silence. What greeted Anne's words was just the red-haired boy, who slowly pulled out the long sword from his waist. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand again and again in the moonlight. Under the cool moonlight, the boy waved the long sword in his hand like a machine, which made Anne, a little beauty, widen her eyes and didn't know what to say. He, Noah, is not a talkative person. He likes to tell everything with actions. And now, he has proved his words with actions. Staring for a long time, Anne is helpless. He has to admit that she can't outlast Noah. But, forget it, since he is so sure, let him be. Thinking of this, Anne lay down again and lay on the soft animal skin. Okay, I'll sleep. But if you can't hold on, remember to wake me up. After a warning, Anne also cherished this rare rest and chose to sleep. The wild island is full of dangers. If you don't rest well, it will be very dangerous. Especially since she is a capable person, the use of her abilities in the daytime battles consumed too much physical strength. If she really had to keep watch at night, she might not be able to hold on. Noah glanced at the sweet girl who was already asleep not far away, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She is beautiful and kind. She is indeed a good girl. With this simple evaluation, Noah was truly immersed in the way of the sword and began his daily practice. Please give me rewards, please give me flowers. The daily practice is almost over. Next, it's please, if you have flowers, give me flowers, if you have rewards, please give me rewards, thank you all, oh, oh haha asterisk. Chapter 29 Anne and Noah, Second Update. The next morning, a gorgeous sunrise appeared in the east. The air was also filled with a veil-like mist, and everything was as quiet as usual. However, at this moment, I opened my hazy eyes. What caught Anne's eyes was a thin boy standing quietly in the mist. Wake up, breakfast is ready for you. I'll go to rest first. Noah spoke softly, but he didn't care about Anne's stunned face, and slowly walked towards a giant tree not far away. Then, with a leap, Noah had already climbed onto a thick branch. After choosing a very good posture to lie down, Noah actually fell asleep directly. After a night of practice, he was a little tired. Even if he also needed to rest for a while. However, the quiet practice this night was also rewarding. At this time, if you pay attention to Noah's fingertips, you can see a wisp of black airflow rotating. Armament Haki. The potential power from the human body was finally mastered by Noah. When he becomes familiar with it and can apply it in battle, his strength will have a qualitative transformation. Soon, when I realize the flying slash, I will become a swordsman, and then I will use the armed color domineering. Noah murmured in his heart, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Flying slash, a sword cuts out the sword energy out of the body, with amazing destructive power. For swordsmen, it is a qualitative change. This is a sign of a swordsman, and also a threshold. If Noah can master it, then he can be called a swordsman. However, a swordsman of 11 or 12 years old is terrifying to think about. Of course, the premise of realizing the flying slash is that he has a deeper understanding of the realm of cutting iron. Only by feeling the breath of all things and swinging every sword can he have the power of cutting iron. At this time, looking at the red-haired boy lying on the branches of the big tree, Anne was also stunned and did not speak for a long time. Did this little guy really guard all night? And as if he noticed something, Anne's eyes also looked not far away. There were some fruits, which had been prepared. Although it was cold, I have to say, it was very reassuring. An inexplicable feeling suddenly emerged, and Anne's eyes looking at Noah were also gentle. This should be considered the second person who made her feel a little relieved. The first one was naturally Teacher Zifa. If there was no Teacher Zifa, there would be no her now. And now, there is another guy who makes her feel a little relieved, and he is a kid who is a few years younger than her. Puh. What are you thinking? I just think this kid is a little reliable. His face flushed slightly, and Anne also lowered his eyes. However, the trembling eyelashes seemed to be silently telling something. But this is normal. Although Noah is only 11 or 12 years old, he is extremely handsome, and because of his long-term practice of swordsmanship, he has achieved a small success. He also has an indescribable sharpness, and his temperament is quite good. In the crowd, he is also an object that people can spot at a glance. Such a person is a girl, and if you get along with her for a long time, you will also have some feelings. This is not directly rising to the level of love. However, there must be some feelings. Just like the haziness of youth, and the ignorance of adolescence. And it happens that Anne, who is 14 or 15 years old, has also reached this age. However, Anne, who is now 14 or 15, has not discovered this yet. When she really realizes it, that red-haired figure may really be lingering. This is destined and inevitable. Just because Noah is really dazzling now. The more you get along with him, the more you can feel how dazzling this boy who is only 11 or 12 years old is. Under this dazzling light, careful Anne could vaguely sense that he seemed to have a delicate heart. Although he was not gentle, but his actions could often move people more than words. And this was just the beginning. Time passed slowly. 7 or 8 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Noah and Anne, 2 people, a man and a woman, stranded on a deserted island, but surprisingly harmonious. One was obsessed with domineering, the other focused on developing fruit abilities. Occasionally, the two of them studied kendo together. No, it cannot be said to be studying, it is more accurate to say that it is guidance. Biting a fruit similar to an apple in his mouth, Noah also looked at the girl waving a long sword not far away, and then, with a slight smile on his lips, Noah also smiled. You need to swing more vigorously, it is better to focus your eyes on one point. Okay. Listening quietly, Anne also responded very obediently. Then, he slashed the long sword in his hand to a degree that Noah was quite satisfied with. Not bad, a little better than before. Noah also explained with a soft praise. During training, the more standard the better, you can't be a little bit off here, a little bit off there, always a little bit off. In a real battle, it's very fatal, maybe just that little bit is enough to ruin it. Yet. Anne nodded slightly, and he understood. But, to be honest, Noah is really scary. He is obviously 4 or 5 years younger than her, but his understanding of kendo is far beyond her. Aine even feels that Noah's understanding of kendo is like a terrifying existence that has been immersed in it for decades. The so-called unfathomable, maybe this is what it means. Please give me rewards, please give me flowers. Please support me, oh, oh haha *. Chapter 30, The Fruit of Reversal, 3rd update. However, as Ian got to know Noah better, Noah also gradually got to know this sweet and lovely girl better. The fruit of reversal is really a scary fruit. Whispering softly, Noah's eyes narrowed as she looked at the pink flame that was like a ghost fire rising from Ian's palm. If he touched this pink flame, even someone as powerful as Noah would turn into a child of 6 or 7 years old. Not only would his appearance and body regress, but his strength would also weaken. And if he touched it a few more times, Noah's existence would be wiped out. From this aspect, this fruit of reversal is really scary. What's more, this devil fruit may have other uses. For example, rejuvenating an old man over 70 or 80, or returning a strong man with declining blood and chi to his peak. Of course, these are only theoretical. After all, the development of the fruit depends on Aine himself. Moreover, when the ability is activated, it is also a great consumption of Aine's physical strength. It is worth mentioning here that it is theoretically feasible to rejuvenate a strong man with declining blood and chi and return to his peak. For example, making Zifa a dozen years younger. However, this is just a theory. Everything follows the principle of equivalence. Where does Zifa, who has returned to his peak, get his power from? This is a question. Perhaps, what is consumed is Aine's physical strength. In this way, it is impossible for Aine to maintain his ability for a long time. Of course, this is more of Noah's guess. The power of the fruit is very mysterious and private, even Noah will not ask more. It's just that I felt it. And soon after that. Tramp. Accompanied by the footsteps of the same voice, Noah and Ian also walked towards the deeper island. As swordsmen, seeing blood is a must. And this afternoon is their time to kill. Tram. The sudden roar was a violent shaking of the earth. Looking up, Noah stepped on the shaving, one of the 6 styles, and rushed towards a giant elephant as strong as a hill in the distance. And on the other side, Ian saw this, and a ball of peach flame appeared in his right hand, slapping the beasts that rushed towards him one after another. Boom! With a roar, a giant wolf that pounced on Ian, which was 3 meters tall, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, it turned into a small thing the size of a basketball. Ah! The immature wolf howl, has lost its majesty and terror just now, but has an indescribable cuteness. At this time, the young wolf seemed to have noticed something, and also showed a trace of fear. Fortunately, he could not speak, and could only use one cry after another to cover up the panic in his heart. Otherwise, Noah would probably hear a scream that shook the earth. After all, suddenly his age regressed by several years, and his body and even his strength were greatly weakened. No one could accept it, even if he was a giant wolf with undeveloped intelligence. At this time, he was also dumbfounded. However, the young wolf was dumbfounded, and Anne was not dumbfounded either. With a slight smile on his lips, Anne had already drawn the long knife at his waist. Swish! With a crisp sound, blood splashed, and this young wolf actually lost his life so easily. Fortunately, the armed color domineering can resist the power of this fruit, otherwise I dare not let Anne get close to me. Noah, who was fighting with the giant elephant from a distance, glanced over from the corner of his eye, and his pupils could not help shrinking. I have to say that the devil fruit of this girl Anne is really terrible. This kind of fruit is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will pass by. What awaits you is your childhood. Just thinking about it is chilling. Of course, such ability is likely to be a kind of enhancement for strong men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So, you must be cautious when using it. In case, if you underestimate the age of the enemy and make him rejuvenate and return to the peak, Anne will probably cry. Thinking of this, even Noah couldn't help laughing. Then, Noah shouted to Anne. I say, Anne, when you face a 50 or 60-year-old uncle in the future, can you not use the fruit ability? What if, I say what if, you use your ability to rejuvenate the enemy and return to the peak? After a period of silence, Noah keenly noticed that Anne's eyelids were twitching. And the next moment, Ian stomped his feet on the ground, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and snorted. What do you care? Please give me flowers and rewards. Ian's retrograde fruit is very scary, and many fans have mentioned that this ability can be used to make Whitebeard and Zephyr return to their peak. Theoretically, it is feasible. However, considering that it is too abnormal, some restrictions still need to be added. For example, if Ian allows Whitebeard to return to his peak, Whitebeard's extremely inflated power alone is enough to make Ian's fruit ability unable to hold on for a few breaths. The simple explanation is, returning to the peak, the power of return will be at the cost of Ian's physical consumption. In this regard, there are if you have better suggestions, please put them forward directly. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Assistant, 4th Update. Ha! With a light laugh, Noah slashed with his sword. Swish! The terrifying sword light cut through the air and fiercely chopped down a giant elephant that was charging towards him. It was visible to the naked eye that the giant elephant suddenly paused. Then, a line of blood slowly emerged, until a crisp sound of puff, the blood in the sky gushed out. One split, two. It was so sharp and terrifying. And this is the realm of cutting iron that countless swordsmen pursue. One fell, cutting through steel. Adhering to Noah's will, nothing is left uncut. Now Noah has not reached that level yet. Now, at most, he can cut off bones. At least, the powerful defense of these beasts is like nothing to him. The corners of his mouth pursed, a cold arc appeared, and Noah's eyes flashed red. The killing intent arose. The killing intent in his heart could not be suppressed. Kill! With a loud shout, he saw a red-haired boy, whose figure disappeared from the earth in an instant. Then, in Anne's shocked eyes, one bloodline after another emerged from countless beasts. Then, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by roars one after another, countless blood gushed out, and the earth was dyed red. In a breath, instantly killed more than 10 powerful beasts. Is this Noah's growth? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Anne also stared at this boy bathed in blood. The red hairband fell off at some point, and the red hair flew all over the sky. Tick, tick. The long knife in the boy's hand was still dripping, and the scarlet blood beads. Under this bloody sunset, this scene is really beautiful. However, this is a bloody painting. The pungent smell of blood kept rushing into Ian's nose. Cough, cough. Coughing continuously, Ian couldn't help complaining. Can you not be so bloody? And. As he said that, Ian trotted a few steps and came close to Noah. He even pulled out a white towel from somewhere and gently wiped the blood that was sliding down the corners of Noah's eyes. You think you look handsome with blood on your face? It's so dirty. A strong swordsman should have his sword stained with blood, not like you, bathing in blood yourself. There was a silence, and Noah was also speechless. It seems, it is true. However, when he gets excited about killing, he will tremble with excitement. As for whether it is stained with blood or not, he will not care. I'll pay attention in the future. In this rare response, Noah did not resist, and let the beautiful woman with smooth sea blue wavy hair wipe her cheek with a towel. After all, they were somewhat familiar with each other, and Noah didn't mind getting in touch with Anne. And, I have to say, Anne is a good guy. If it is possible, Noah doesn't mind letting Anne follow him in the future. In this world, although personal force is strong, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and Noah also needs some left and right arms. If he was really 11 or 12 years old, he would not consider these. But his mind is that of an adult. So he has a lot to consider. For example, cultivate a few confidants, so that he won't fight alone in the future. For example, what to do in the future. Noah has thought about all these. Even, Noah has thought about forming 7 people and pulling the best swordsmen in the future under his command, for example, Zoro, Kuina, and the girl in front of him Anne. Of course, these are just ideas that flash through Noah's mind occasionally. As for implementation, one is that he does not have such ability now. The second is that he is now in a period of rapid growth. What he needs more is to pay attention to himself. Only being strong is the foundation. The others are just external things. When he aspires to be the great swordsman, or even surpasses the great swordsman, when he holds a knife that is enough to chop down the whole world, power and so on are all floating clouds. So, confidence, even power, and so on, cultivate them if you have time, and forget it if you don't have time. Don't force it. Everything is based on being strong. However, one thing is certain, that is, Noah values the girl in front of him very much, this regressive girl who ate the regression fruit. Noah values him very much, both in terms of his character and his fruit ability. If he can really keep him by his side, that would be great. After all, Noah is really lacking an assistant now. Chapter 32 Walking on Water, First Update. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day that Noah, Anne, and teacher Zifa had agreed on. Tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, 2 figures also walked out from the depths of the dense woods. And this is Noah, who has been practicing hard for 3 months, and Anne. However, compared to before he came, Noah is now a few points taller. What is more worrying is his temperament. Like a long sword unsheathed, the sharp edge makes people dare not look directly at it. And, if you pay attention, you can even see that wisps of black air linger around his fingertips, dancing like a spirit snake, and gradually turning Noah's entire right hand into a black ink like black, with a metallic cold texture. Armament Haki. Noah's purpose in coming to the Navy. And now, under the guidance of Mr. Zifa, Noah has cultivated it as he wished. Now, when he clenched his fist, Noah felt that his right hand was unusually hard, like steel, which made people horrified. And this is the simplest use of armament Haki, covering. Cover it on the body surface, greatly enhance its own defense, and then transform it into attack power. And as Noah becomes more familiar with armament Haki, this power will become more and more terrifying. With a smile in his heart, Noah's mouth corners also rose a little, revealing a smug look. 11 years old. Mastering armament haki, he should be considered powerful. Moreover, not only that, he has also touched on observation haki, a power that can make people's 5 senses sharp and can detect the breath of surrounding creatures. Isn't this the intuition of kendo? With a light laugh, Noah slowly emptied his own perception. And the next moment, an indescribable feeling suddenly filled Noah's heart. In a trance, the wind stopped, the clouds were still. Everything was slowing down. However, after a moment, shaking his head, Noah also left this state. Now he is not used to the observation haki. Compared to the observation haki, now he prefers to use his sharp eyes like a knife. Just when Noah walked without forgetting to familiarize himself with the armament haki and observation haki. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a whistle from afar also brought Noah back to reality. Looking for the sound, a blue and white warship broke through the sea in the distance. But what Noah cared about was that this warship was actually a dog head. Yes, a dog head. And this dog head had a bone in its mouth. What is this? In surprise, Noah heard Ein's sudden exclamation. Could this be Vice Admiral Garp? After a while of silence, Noah's eyes twitched. Could it be Vice Admiral Garp who came to pick them up in person? But, a moment later, looking at an old man wearing a navy coat, with a broad chest and well-developed muscles, who had appeared at the bow, Noah's guess became a reality. Ha ha ha, go home, little guys. In a hearty laugh, this legendary Vice Admiral also waved to them. Staring at this legendary figure in a daze, Noah's eyes couldn't help flickering. It has to be said that Noah is quite curious about this person, who is almost a legendary figure in both his previous life and this life. However, what he is more curious about is his strength. Unfathomable, a real monster. This is Vice Admiral Garp in Noah's cognition. As for this person coming to pick them up personally, Noah can understand it. In the entire Navy, this person is the most idle. And Zifa and Vice Admiral Garp should have some feelings, occasional requests are also acceptable. As for Zifa coming to pick them up personally, it doesn't mean that Zifa is unwilling. However, I guess Zifa is very busy. After all, his students are not just Noah and An. With a smile in his heart, Noah doesn't care about this. At this time, quietly watching the dog-headed warship coming from the end of the sea to the island, Noah standing on the cliff also smiled. Let's go. In the sudden surprise, An saw Noah stretched out his right hand. Can't you? As if she thought of something, An also showed a look of surprise on her face. Just because, she had guessed what Noah was going to do at this time. This is the legendary Vice Admiral. We can't keep him waiting for long. With a playful laugh, Noah grabbed Ian's right hand. Then, in front of Garp and other Navy soldiers' astonished eyes, he jumped. Wow, what are they doing? Are they trying to swim over here? It's still 1,000 or 2 meters away. Many Navy soldiers were shocked by the exclamations one after another. And Vice Admiral Garp, standing on the deck, laughed. The little guy nowadays is really... But before he could say anything, he was stunned. No. Not only him. The Navy on the dog-headed warship who were looking at Noah and others were stunned. Just because, at this moment... Trample, trample, trample. Stepping on the sea, ripples, Noah was grabbing Ian's hand and running wildly along the sea. Walking on flat ground? Stepping on water? Are you kidding? Asterisk. Chapter 33, Shocking Change, Update 2. Moon Step, one of the 6 styles, the application technique of shaving, is similar to the Wudang Qinggong Tianzong, which uses strong foot power to step on the air to generate strong air retention force, so that you can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, but you can't stay in the air for too long. However, this physical skill that exceeds the limits of the human body has blossomed in a different way in Noah's hands. Moon Step Modified, sea walk, use the instantaneous burst of foot power to move at high speed in the water, and its speed is comparable to the swimming speed of fish people in the sea. This was originally Sanji's alternative use of moon step 10 years later. But under Noah's research, it came out 10 years earlier. So, it amazed the world, even Garp was stunned looking at the figure running wildly along the sea in the distance. Not only was he amazed at Noah's mastery of the moon step, but he was also surprised that Noah, who looked 11 or 12 years old, had such terrible physical skills. You know, physical skills have very high requirements for physical fitness. And being able to use the peak of physical skills, the 6 styles that surpass the limits of the human body, to such an extent, it is conceivable how terrifying the physical fitness of this young man who came from the sea is. No wonder Zifa praised this kid so much. Laughing, Garp was also very happy. He was also happy to see that the younger generation was so powerful. Moreover, Noah's age was about the same as his 2 grandsons. It made him feel close. It is worth mentioning here that among the 6 styles of the Navy, Noah is best at shaving and moon step. One of these 2 styles moves at high speed, and the other walks in the air. It can greatly increase his flexibility. As for the other 6 styles of the Navy, like storm kick and finger gun, does Noah need these offensive physical techniques? The long sword in his hand is the most terrifying attack. When he figures out the flying slash, a single slash will probably be several times stronger than the vacuum slash rolled up by the storm kick. And defensive techniques, such as paper drawing and iron block, Noah doesn't need them at all. In his opinion, the best defense is attack. So, among the 6 styles of the Navy, Noah chose shaving and moon step, and studied them deeply. This is how the amazing scene today was created. Stepping on the sea, a boy was pulling a sweet girl and running wildly in the ripples. And the next moment, when they were about to approach the warship, boom! The tip of his toes suddenly stepped on the sea surface, and the sea water within a radius of 5 square meters was pressed down. Then, Noah took Ian and jumped up suddenly, jumping 20 meters high in the air. Navy Cadet Noah, meet Vice Admiral Garp. The tender voice echoed in the sky. The sea water in the sky splashed high and turned into water splashes. From a distance, under the sunlight, the water splashes reflected a ray of crystal, but it set off the red-haired boy falling from the sky. Stunning, maybe this is what it means. Moreover, these Navy officers had to admit that this was a young man who could amaze the entire Navy and even the sea. And not long after that, on the deck, I haven't seen a little guy like you for a long time. With a sigh of admiration, Vice Admiral Garp handed over the bag of donuts he was eating. No need, Vice Admiral Garp. Noah responded politely, but before he could say anything else, Ian on the side could no longer suppress his excitement and took the initiative to ask, Vice Admiral Garp, where is Mr. Zephyr? Are we going to find him now? Zephyr, well. After a slight start, Vice Admiral Garp's hand could not help but stop in mid-air. The expression was a little gloomy. Boom! There was a loud noise in his mind, like thunder exploding in Noah's heart. Because, at this moment, Noah, who was keenly aware of Garp's abnormality, thought of one thing: the attack of the ability user. The recruit training ship led by Zifa was attacked by the pirates with special abilities. There were heavy casualties. Zafar's most beloved students, only Anne and Binz, survived, and he himself even lost an arm. No, it's impossible. According to the arrangement of the Naval Academy, the internship of recruits should be 3 months later. And then, Zifa will take us to the sea for internship. Noah's thoughts fluctuated, and he rarely began to feel uneasy. For Zifa, after spending more than half a year together, he also had some feelings for him. It was also because of this. He also paid attention to the internship time of the recruits. If necessary, stop 1 or 2. But now, who took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and Noah also kept a glimmer of luck. However, the next moment, Your teacher Zifa had a little accident, suffered some injuries, and is now lying in the naval hospital. As if he was organizing his words, Garp's voice was also paused. However, just this one sentence made Anne stunned. Injured? How is it possible? Teacher Zifa is so strong. No, it won't happen. Gripping his teeth tightly, Ian's face turned a little paler, and if you look closely, his body seemed to be shaking. Teacher Zifa has always been Ian's pillar. Now, the pillar is injured, and he is still lying in the Navy hospital. You know, ordinary injuries cannot be sent to the Navy hospital, only serious injuries can. So, Ian feels like the sky has fallen. Please give me rewards, please give me flowers. If you have flowers, give me flowers, if you have rewards, give me rewards, please. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Burning Ambition, 3rd update. Bang! Suddenly, Noah raised his hand to steady Ian's shaking body. It's okay, Teacher Zifa is stronger than you think, and he won't be seriously injured. After comforting him, Noah slowly turned around and walked towards the other direction of the deck. At this time, if you pay attention, you will definitely notice that he is particularly cold with his eyes lowered. Edward Wayabul, and Miss B.A. Jin. Noah murmured, and a trace of indescribable coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I guessed correctly, it should be them who attacked Zifa's pirate ship. Indeed. Zeph is very strong, as strong as a monster. But no matter how strong he is, he meets Edward Weeble, who is also a monster, and the treacherous old woman behind Edward Weeble. What can he do? And this is not to mention that he is followed by a group of burdens, his most beloved students. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, Noah had some guesses about the battle. Just use Zifa's most beloved students. Noah was somewhat certain in his sneer. Zeph is a very good person. Many years ago, when I first met Edward Weeble, I cried bitterly at this guy. He begged for his life, saying I have an 80-year-old mother and an 8-year-old child, and then ran away. And now, he came for revenge, and dealt Zifa a heavy blow he had never dealt before. Kaka. Noah tightened the long knife in his hand, but his mood was unexpectedly complicated. On the one hand, he felt pity for the old man. On the other hand, he hated the pirates. There may be good people among the pirates, but the vast majority of them should be bad people, burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. And the Navy, even if the roots are rotten, most of the lower level and young Navy still yearn for sunshine. Just like his classmates, Binns and Monkey, all their dreams are to protect peace. Alas! With a sigh, Noah fell into silence. Let's take a look at Zifa's current situation. Time passed slowly in a depressed mood. After learning that Zifa was injured, Anne was even more worried and restless. Until Noah came to her side, she calmed down. It's okay. We will go to see Zifa directly later. Yet. Anne nodded and gritted her teeth. Not long after. Following Vice Admiral Garp to return to the Navy headquarters, Noah and Anne rushed to the Navy headquarters hospital as soon as possible. Injuries are inevitable during training, so Noah and Anne are not unfamiliar with hospitals. And now, arriving at the door of a ward with the highest standards in the Navy hospital, Anne paused. She seemed nervous and scared. But after a moment, her right hand gently pushing Ian, Noah whispered. Go, Teacher Zifa should be waiting for you. Okay. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Ian pushed open the door of the ward. And the next moment, what Ian and Noah saw was an old man with purple hair and lifeless eyes. He was haggard and pale. He seemed to be seriously ill. And, even more shocking was, his left arm was missing, just like in Noah's memory. Teacher Zifa! A sudden exclamation, Ian's eyes were blurred with tears, and he rushed to the bed, and seeing this, Noah just walked into the ward calmly, and then closed the door and leaned against the corner. This was his first. Cold and silent. But at this time, if you look carefully, you will definitely find that his eyes are getting colder and colder, so cold that it is suffocating. This is the first time he has seen this old man so haggard. He is over 60 years old. Not long ago, he was still full of vigor and vitality, teaching Noah the knowledge of domineering and guiding Noah in his practice. But now, so haggard, so lost. Not only physical injuries, but also mental trauma. One after another of his beloved students died tragically in front of him. He almost collapsed. Just like his family was brutally killed by pirates. And now, the tragedy is repeated, but it also defeated this old man. No, it cannot be said to be defeated. The real defeat was 9 years later, when Edward, the pirate who killed Zifa's students Weibuer, was recruited by the navy and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The navy he trusted most in his life, let him down. No wonder he went to such a point. To use a sentence that Noah was familiar with, without his experience, how can we persuade him to be kind? If other people had experienced everything that teacher Zifa had, they would probably be 100 or 1,000 times crazier than him. And what about this old man? Even after leaving the navy, he founded the Neo-Navy, thinking of the navy that can no longer be returned. Edward Weibuer, Miss Barkin. Mumbling again, Noah's mind was made up. As Zifa's disciple, he should go for revenge. Moreover, not only revenge, Noah's future path is becoming clearer and clearer. Originally, he was still hesitating about where to go in the future. But now, it seems that a broad road is in front of him. Still a navy, but he can bear the will of Zeph. The reason why Zephyr failed in the original work was that he did not use the energy in his hands. But what about Noah? If Noah is really willing to help him? No, it cannot be said to be help, but to use the resources and huge military power in the hands of Teacher Zephyr to achieve himself. Teacher Zephyr has extremely strong connections and military power. Nowadays, most of the elites of the Navy are trained by him, even the 3 highest admirals of the Navy. Such connections and resources are not really used, but hatred overwhelms his reason, and he quits the Navy in a rage. This is not what a wise man does. What Noah wants to do now is to inherit the will of this old man and avenge him. The second is to achieve himself, using the resources and energy in the hands of Teacher Zifa to grow in the Navy. If Teacher Zifa is willing to help him, maybe it will only take a few years. He can climb from an unknown person to the position of Major General or even Lieutenant General. And this is the power of Zifa in the Navy. Chapter 35 Promise, 4th Update. The empty ward is suffocatingly quiet. There are only Anne, Teacher Zifa, and Noah leaning quietly in the corner. At this time, looking at the blue-haired girl with tears in her eyes, Zifa raised her hand tremblingly. But for a moment, as if he thought of something, his left hand paused. I didn't protect the black guys well. The old voice was full of bitterness. Zef. Monkey, and Bins, are still alive. They are just injured and fainted. You have done a good job. Vice Admiral Garp told me. You have encountered a monster. There is no way, there is really no way. Grabbing Zifa's outstretched left hand, Anne's voice was full of tears. I didn't protect well. He murmured again, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of the old man's eyes. Kaka. He clenched his right fist violently, and even Noah couldn't help but tremble when he saw this scene. He thought he would face it all calmly. But when the 2 lines of tears fell from the old man, he realized that this old man actually had a certain position in his heart. After all, he was a teacher who taught him the 6 styles and domineering skills bit by bit, and also guided him in his practice. How could Noah be truly indifferent? Teacher Zifa. Noah suddenly called out, but he slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. Boom! A sudden roar, a heart-pounding momentum gradually rose. It was visible to the naked eye that wisps of black airflow kept spinning and lingering. It turned the long sword in his hand into a black color like ink. "I will come back to see you with their heads." The childish voice echoed in the ward, but it was particularly firm. Even the distraught Zifa couldn't help but be moved at this moment. With a twitch of his mouth, he forced out a bitter smile, but Zifa said, "You have cultivated your domineering spirit to the entanglement realm so quickly." As he said this, Zifa changed the subject and said more bitterly, "But this is not enough, that guy is a beast, and even a monster. 1 year, no, 2 years, 2 years is not enough, 3 years. Noah's body shook violently as he spoke firmly. Boom! There was a roar, like thunder from the ground, and the invisible storm swept the entire bed. Besides, Mr. Zifa, who is not a monster. In his sneer, the corners of Noah's mouth had already outlined a cold arc. That arc was particularly cold. However, what shocked Zifa even more was Noah's murderous intent that soared into the sky. As if he could no longer suppress it, the murderous intent surged, and even Noah's long red hair was flying. At this moment, this is not a boy of 11 or 12 years old. Rather, he is like an awakened beast, with the kind of coldness that chooses people to eat. After a year of development, Noah finally grew up. Whether it is physical fitness or domineering training, he is not inferior to others. However, what is more terrifying is his swordsmanship. Up to 50% of the inheritance is unlocked, finally allowing him to approach the famous 1,000-man killer. Ding! Congratulations on your inheritance unlocking, reaching 50%, reaching the critical point. Start the exclusive task of Himuran Kenshin, kill 1,000 people, become a 1,000-man killer. Mission completed. Choose any one of your own power to upgrade 1 level. This is a very scary task. However, what is more terrifying is the reward. Choose any one of your own power to upgrade 1 level. If Noah completes this task, his domineering, swordsmanship, or even physical strength will be directly upgraded to a higher level, and his combat power will probably have a qualitative leap. And then, what if he is as strong as Edward Weeble? Unprecedented confidence filled Noah's heart, making his words at this time firm and terrifying. And it was this firmness that moved Zifa. Okay, okay. Suddenly laughing, with tears in his eyes, Zifa, who was originally lost, laughed hard and said, "You little guy, you really won't let me down." Disappointment, what is that? With a sudden chuckle, Noah turned around and walked towards the door. "Teacher Zifa, I'm going to practice." At this point, Noah directly asked, "Please cheer up, and then arrange for me to go to sea in a month." "Go to sea? What are you going to do?" The face suddenly changed, and Teacher Zifa was also stunned. "Are you really going to hunt that guy down?" No, you can't do that now. Even if you learn to be domineering, you won't be his opponent. Am I such a self-deprecating person?" Touching his nose, Noah smiled and said, "I just want to gain experience. Flowers in a greenhouse can't stand the wind and rain, and I want to grow faster and become stronger." As he said this, Noah's eyes condensed, but he promised. 3 years, give me 3 years, I will bring his head to see you." After saying that, Noah left the hospital without looking back, leaving Zifa and Ian in a daze. Looking at the departing back, especially looking at the long red hair, they couldn't help but be in a trance. Just because the flying red hair was stained with a touch of blood red under the blood-like setting Sunday. Red as blood, killing intent. And this is Zifa, the most proud disciple in the future Noah, a young but already showing his potential as a monster *. Chapter 36 The One Who Said Goodbye, First Update. The sun sets. Vice Admiral Garp, who had just returned, also came to the marshal's office. Skillfully picking up a bag of donuts that had been prepared long ago from the corner, Garp also looked at the setting sun outside the window and said, I just went to the wild island to pick up Zifa's student, and I met the student that Zifa praised endlessly, Noah. The little guy who entered the special class at the age of 11. Suddenly, Zhang Guo, who was busy dealing with documents, also raised his head. He had some impression of Noah. After all, this was the first genius he knew of who had the hope of becoming a monster since he became the marshal. And not only that. The recent attack on Zifa's training ship shook the entire ocean, and even the Navy headquarters was shocked, so Zhang Guo also paid much attention to Zifa, his old friend, and his students. And so, he naturally knew that Zifa left two little guys to practice alone on the wild island. One of them was the genius swordsman, Noah, who was only 11 years old. Nodding, Garp said seriously. That little guy is a monster, a real monster. A moment of silence, Zhang Guo was also stunned. Garp, he has been a friend for many years, and he also has a deep understanding of Garp. And being recognized by him, he even called him a monster. He also knows better than anyone what this means. Monster. A whisper. Zhang Guo's face also showed a trace of solemnity. Even Garp called it a monster. You can imagine how terrifying this little guy is. At this time, Noah didn't know that he had really entered the eyes of Marshal Zhang Guo. However, even if he knew, he shouldn't care. Compared to this, Noah is now more concerned about going to see Teacher Zifa. He should arrange matters for me to go to see. Then I should also make some preparations. A voice. Noah went back to the dormitory and started to prepare. However, not long after, looking at the empty Navy dormitory, he was silent. He vaguely saw the figures of classmates having fun in the dormitory one after another. Although, he didn't like to get along with people. He couldn't even call out the names of several roommates. But, after all, they lived under the same roof for more than half a year. However, now, they will never see each other again. Only Bins and Monkey survived by chance. Hey! He took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart, but Noah's killing intent became stronger. However, not now. He is still a few points behind Edward Bulwell now. Only by completing the task of killing 1,000 people, can he hope to change qualitatively and then match him. Enemy. Without hesitation, Noah began to pack his luggage. A few simple navy clothes and a long sword. That's all Noah has. Of course, there is one person he needs to say goodbye to. Thinking of this, Noah also stopped what he was doing, raised his feet, and walked towards the Naval Academy. There, the person who said goodbye was waiting for him. Navy, a freshman, Kuina, known as the genius swordsman girl, a girl who refuses to admit defeat and is extremely powerful. However, this girl has been silent for a rare time recently, and a trace of worry has appeared on her brows. Kuina, don't worry. Didn't the teacher say that your little brother Noah is not on the list of victims? Oh, don't try to persuade her. Kuina won't feel at ease if she doesn't see Noah for a day. With a sigh, many figures surrounding Kuina also looked gloomy. The excellent class was almost wiped out. This is a big news. Even the other students of the Naval Academy were scared and turned pale. After all, it was an excellent class, a class full of geniuses. Once, there were 3 admirals and vice-admirals of various naval headquarters. And such a legendary class was almost wiped out. Alas! Another sigh, many freshmen couldn't help but look complicated. However, at this moment... Tap! Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the door of the classroom. Then, in the eyes of the naval freshman who couldn't believe it, a handsome boy who seemed to have walked out of a painting came towards them from the door of the classroom. Tap, tap, tap. One step after another, it was as if he was stepping on the chests of many naval freshmen, but they all held their breath. Not only because this boy was extremely handsome, but also because his breath was a little scary, so cold that it was a little suffocating. And at this moment, it seemed that someone recognized this figure and suddenly exclaimed, "Noah, this is Noah!" After the words fell, the whole place was silent. Even Kuina, who was burying her head not far away, suddenly raised her head and looked over. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Facing the pair of excited eyes looking over, Noah said calmly. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Boarding the Warship, Second Update. Noah. Kuina was a little excited when she called softly. As her only support in the Navy. If something really happened to Noah, she would not know what to do. But now, Noah returned safely. With a smile on her face, Kuina also ignored the girl's reserve and pounced on this handsome boy with long fiery red hair. Nodding slightly, Noah's body was a little stiff as he looked at the girl in his arms. This kind of close contact was also the first time for him. However, seeing Kuina so worried about him, Noah also sighed. "It's okay." Noah patted Kuina's shoulder gently and comforted her. And not long after, in a quiet corner, Noah and Kuina started a brief reminiscence. Just, in a moment, watching Noah pick up the long sword in his hand. Boom! A ray of dim light entangled, turning the long sword in his hand into a black as ink. Kuina could not hide the astonishment in the depths of her eyes. As for domineering, she still didn't understand it. However, looking at such a magical power, she was also a little astonished. But, in the next moment, cut! With a light shout, the long sword chopped gently. Swish! With a crisp sound, the square paved with cement actually had a bottomless crack. Stunned, Kuina's eyes froze. "Don't worry about me in the future. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well worry more about the prey I'm targeting." In a half-joking response, Noah also said the real purpose of coming here. "In another half a month, I will go to sea. When the time comes, you must take good care of yourself at the Navy headquarters." Go to sea? Suddenly surprised, Kuina was also stunned. "Yes, go to sea." Nodding, Noah also said frankly. "Pure training has made it difficult for me to make progress. Now I need more actual combat." After saying that, Noah also said hello to Kuina and chose to leave. Step, step, step. Step by step, the back figure gradually walked away. But for some reason, Kuina felt that something called gap was getting bigger and bigger. "Zoro, do you know? Noah is really powerful now, beyond my understanding." Whispering softly, Kuina's eyes were firm. She is not a person who will give up. So, she will work harder and harder, until she sees Noah's back again. Yes, his back. That's all. After years of getting along, even she has to admit that Noah is a genius who is far superior to her in both talent and hard work, a true genius. It is within reach but out of reach, but it makes people desperate. Time passed slowly, and more than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. And on this day, Noah boarded a warship as he wished. "Are you the junior who asked me to take care of you, Mr. Zifa?" Suddenly, a tall beauty appeared in Noah's eyes not far away. She had long pink hair and wore purple sunglasses. However, what Noah cared about most was that she was holding a cigarette in her mouth. Navy Lieutenant Hina, the student of the former Admiral Zifa, counting the relationship, should be Noah's senior. And now, she has her own warship and officially took Noah on board. Noah nodded slightly, but didn't say much. What a cold guy. Hina chuckled, but didn't care. She had also heard about the ability invasion incident. So, she also sympathized with the little kid who survived like Noah. And, not to mention, Teacher Zifa asked her to take good care of him. Don't interfere with his freedom. Although he is only a new recruit now, but I hope you can treat him specially. Remembering Teacher Zifa's instructions, this tall beauty with long pink hair also said to herself. Let Hina treat him specially. It's really rare. With a hint of curiosity in her eyes, Hina also stared at the figure walking towards the cabin. Go and prepare a separate cabin for him as a bedroom. Yes, Major Hina. In response, a private in a Navy uniform also rushed to Noah and led the way for him. However, if you pay attention to the expressions of the Navy soldiers on the warship, you will certainly be surprised to find that they are all a little stunned, even dissatisfied. The first time on boarding a warship, an independent bedroom is arranged. This treatment is not ordinary. Moreover, it looks like a kid of 11 or 12 years old. A relative. A captain snorted coldly and looked indignant. Please give rewards and flowers. In the Navy, at what level can you have your own warship? I checked this for a long time, and then, referring to reality, a captain, a major, can be responsible for an. So it is set that the Navy lieutenant commander can have his own warship. It can sail on the sea and can directly capture pirates. Chapter 38 First Encounter with Pirates, Third Update. The warship is not big, and it is a luxury to have an independent bedroom. And Noah, a kid who is only 11 or 12 years old, has just stepped on the warship, and he has an independent bedroom. This naturally makes many Navy soldiers angry. After all, his possession means that a naval officer at the level of a captain needs to give it up. Humph! Many Navy soldiers showed dissatisfaction in the cold snort. However, looking at the eyes of Major Hina not far away, they all lowered their heads one by one. In the Navy, strength is respected. And Major Hina, as the ability user of the Kanken fruit, is extremely powerful, and naturally has a high prestige in the warship. And the others dare not disobey what she said. However, the dissatisfaction of one Navy soldier after another did not last long. Noah once again won respect with his strength. The sky was clear. On the deck of the warship, a boy of 11 or 12 years old, with his upper body naked, lifted a dumbbell that was several times larger than his body. Boom, boom. Lifting with one hand, up and down, everyone's face changed again and again, even Major Hina, who was not far away, stroked his sunglasses. Too light. Suddenly speaking, in the unbelievable eyes of one Navy soldier after another, this boy added hundreds of kilograms of weight. It was this weight that made Noah feel a little pressure. If I had known earlier, I would have brought some special equipment to the Navy training base. Noah could only make do with it with a sigh. After all, the warship had left the port and headed straight for the West Sea. And before the next replenishment of supplies, it would be difficult for Noah to have satisfactory exercise equipment. No wonder Mr. Zifa told me not to worry about him. With such strength, I really don't need to worry about him. Major Hina praised softly, and was also pleased. A kid with amazing strength boarded her warship, which was also good for her. And soon after that, the warship sailed in the vast sea, creating ripples. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded on the deck. Southeast, 5,000 meters away, a ship was found. It looks like a pirate ship. A scout on the warship has already found a ship in the distance with a telescope. It seems that Hina has something to do again. With a chuckle, Major Hina has come to the deck, raised her right hand lightly, and the faint iron spear bloomed at her fingertips. The para-human type Kanken fruit, as long as the target touches the body of the person with this ability, that part will turn into a steel lock to grab the opponent, and it can also create iron railings to surround the opponent, or create iron spears to sink ships from a long distance. And now, just wait for the right distance, she will send out the iron spear and try to sink this Navy ship. However, what no one noticed at this time was, when hearing the three words pirate ship, a young man's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Finally here. With a murmur, Noah, actually, he slowly picked up a long sword from not far away. Swish, swish. The tip of the long sword dragged on the deck and made a strange hissing sound, but it also attracted the attention of many Navy officers. "Noah! What are you going to do? Hey, hey!" With one cry after another, many Navy officers saw this red-haired kid walking towards the front of the deck. The long sword was dragging, alone. A sharp breath that was almost suffocating suddenly filled the air. And then, boom! With a leap, while Major Hina's pupil shrank, this red-haired boy actually jumped into the sea. "Noah, are you crazy?" Major Hina, a beautiful lady with long pink hair, also shouted angrily in a rare loss of composure. But before she could say more, boom! With a loud roar, a white wave actually ran straight towards the distant pirate ship at a terrifying speed. Fast. Unimaginably fast. The white wave broke through the sea surface, splashing water all over the sky. However, what was even more shocking was that it was actually a child of 11 or 12 years old, running wildly on the sea, treating the sea as flat ground. "Oh my God! Are you kidding?" One exclamation after another, the Navy on the warship watching this scene all changed color in horror, even Major Hina's pupils shrank to the point of a needle. Moonstep. Major Hina's mouth slightly opened as if she couldn't believe it. After all, she was only 17 or 18 years old. Hina was only 1 or 2 years older than Noah. Even if her strength was stronger than most Navy, she was only at the level of an ordinary genius, and there was no comparison with a monster like Noah. So, Noah's exaggerated scene, falling into her eyes, also made her exclaim. Asterisk. Chapter 39 The Cold Executioner, 4th Update. But exclamation, can't affect Noah. Pirate. The corner of his mouth lifted, outlining a cold arc, and the murderous intent that had been deposited in Noah's heart for a long time actually rose little by little. Boom! There was another roar, and his right foot touched the sea surface, pressing the sea down. Then, with a backlash shock. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Noah's whole body was shot towards the distant pirate group like a cannonball. At this time, from afar, as if something was discovered, a cry of surprise was also heard. "Captain, what do you see?" A sudden cry of surprise attracted the attention of many pirates. Looking in the direction pointed by the pirate, what caught the eye was a 4 or 5 high white wave breaking through the sea. "What is this?" In astonishment, one pirate after another was also stunned. But in the next moment, a sharp-eyed pirate suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, there is a person in there, and judging from his clothes, he seems to be a Navy." "What?" The face suddenly changed, and the captain of this pirate group also thought it was not good. Because, although their pirate group did all kinds of evil, their strength was not really strong. He only offered a bounty of 8 million baileys. And such a bounty, in the West Sea, a sea area full of strong men, it really can't be put on the table. So, when they see the Navy, they will avoid it if they can. However, now, a Navy is actually coming on the waves. Gurgle. Subconsciously swallowing his saliva, the captain of the giant bear pirates, a burly man, is also a little panicked. However, although he is panicked, he has been in the West Sea for a long time, so he still has some means. "Boys, prepare for the battle." "Yes, boss." In unison, one pirate after another also prepared for the battle at the first time. But, at this moment, boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the white wave that broke through the sea in the distance turned out to be a fierce blade that broke through the air. Rain kick, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, threw super-fast and powerful kicks to roll up a vacuum to create a slash to attack the opponent. Although Noah was not proficient, he was able to roll up the white waves and turn them into a slash to the opponent. Kika! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, in the unbelievable eyes of one pirate after another, a pirate who had just drawn his sword was split into 2, and blood spurted several meters high. "What? How is it possible?" exclaimed, horrified, not one but. Pirates after pirates looked at this scene, and their pupils shrank to the tip of a needle. But before they could react more, swish! The sharp knife light was already attacking in the waves. Swish! With only a crisp sound, Noah's knife had already slashed a pirate's body fiercely. Boom! The powerful force brought out a storm, and the blood splashed at this time. However, it was unbelievable that Noah, who killed for the first time, had an unusually calm look. There was no so-called vomiting. Nor was there any so-called disgust. Instead, an indescribable pleasure rose in his heart. Maybe I was born to be an executioner. Noah laughed out loud when he killed someone for the first time. Accompanying this was the splash of blood, which dyed the deck red. No, no. Anno, don't. Kill him, this kid. One after another, the pirates' impotent rage exploded at this moment. However, what greeted them was a sharper blade. Boom! The sudden roar was actually the short Noah, who kicked the tall pirate several meters high with a fierce knee strike. And at this moment, dragon soaring flash! Whispering softly, Noah's whole body rose into the air, and the slash from bottom to top brought out a flash of knife light. Swish! There was only a crisp sound, but it was Noah's blade that instantly cut across the throat of this pirate. Throat slitting, a very deadly attack. But Noah used it so skillfully. In his mind, he practiced again and again, in the training base, he trained again and again. For this moment, he cut out such a sharp slash as if by instinct. I'm going to kill you, kid. Amid the roar, a figure 4 or 5 meters tall, like a little giant, had already stood up. This was the captain of the pirate group, Bao-seong, who was as strong as a giant bear and had terrifying power. And now, waving the machete in his hand, he had already slashed down fiercely. Boom! The wind of the knife rose, but Bao-seong's pupils shrank to the tip of a needle. Just because, at this time, this red-haired kid actually slightly turned sideways, and avoided the slash without bias. Too slow. As if sighing, and as if regretting, Noah had already turned back and slashed the long knife in his hand. Boom! With a loud noise, a figure as strong as a giant bear flew backwards. It hit the railing not far away fiercely, and the figure like a giant bear also spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The blood dyed the deck red, and looking down from the figure's eyes, it was discovered that there was a deep wound on his chest. You know, he was wearing soft armor. However, even so, he was almost cut in half. This kid! As if he couldn't believe it, Bao-seong also said with horror. However, before he could shake more. Swish! In the distance, a long knife had broken through the air. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the terrifying impact of the long knife nailed him to the railing not far away. As for Noah, this red-haired boy, he stood quietly in the center of the deck, his eyes were terribly calm. Seemingly pondering, or thinking. The first strike was too slow. The second strike should have been raised 3 points, which would have been even more fatal. The tender voice echoed in the air, but it was extremely frightening. Because, at this time, Noah, a kid of 11 or 12 years old, was actually recalling the details of the battle. And what about the other pirates? Looking up, there were corpses all over the ground, and the blood had dyed the deck red, except for the women and children who were huddled in the corners, who were kidnapped from nowhere. There was no one alive. Chapter 40 Navy Genius, the name of Blood Eagle, first update. Sailed at high speed, breaking through the sea. Looking at the stranded pirate ship not far away, the Navy soldiers on Major Hina's ship were stunned. And at this moment, with his hands crossed, Major Hina also summoned a large piece of iron net. Boom! The iron net fell down suddenly and turned into a bridge, connecting the warship and the pirate ship. Tap, tap, tap. With hurried steps, one after another Navy followed Major Hina to rush onto the pirate ship. However, in a moment, what caught their eyes were the corpses all over the ground and the deck stained red with blood. And the most noticeable thing was the red-haired boy in the center of the deck. The wine jar was found from nowhere. The bloody boy was holding the whole wine jar and drinking. Cough, cough. The sudden cough broke the deathly silence, but it was Noah who was drinking, who was choked. Too much killing, although calm, somehow, Noah still wanted to drink. So he found a wine jar in the corner. But the quality of this wine is really bad. Laughing, Noah actually carried the wine jar and dragged the long sword dripping with blood, and walked towards the warship skillfully. However, at this time, no one stopped him. Even, one navy after another took the initiative to make way for him. The Navy, respect the strong. However, they are even more in awe of this kind of existence, only 11 or 12 years old, wielding a knife to kill. How terrible is this kid? Gurgle, gurgle. Swallowing their saliva, one navy after another looked at each other, their faces pale. And not long after Noah left. Wow! Suddenly, a dry retching sound came out, and a navy could not bear the bloody scene and vomited violently. Is this really Hina's junior? Stunned. Major Hina also stared at the red-haired boy walking towards the warship. The setting sun is like blood. The red hair flutters. It is hard to tell whether it is the sunset red or the blood red. However, one thing is certain, that is, this red-haired kid is really terrible to the extreme. At this time, no one knows that a cold system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Noah's ears. Ding! 1,000-man killing mission, kill 11 people. Progress 1.1%. Listening quietly, Noah's mouth corners slightly raised, raising a cold arc. And not long after that, Zifa, who received the news from somewhere in the Navy headquarters, was also stunned. Your student, Noah, slaughtered all the pirates on a pirate ship when he first met pirates, leaving no pirate alive. His method was so cruel that it was hard to believe that he was an 11-year-old child. Recalling the narration of his old friend Sengoku, Zifa also exhaled deeply. Is it because of me, or do you hate pirates? While murmuring, Zifa was unwilling to criticize. For the pirates, his last kindness had long disappeared with the tragic death of his students. As for whether this behavior is inappropriate, maybe Sengoku doesn't agree, but his other student will definitely agree. The current admiral of the Navy Akainu, an admiral who also has thunderous means, I believe he will like this junior brother. Time passed slowly, in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. And in these 2 years, in the West Sea, a naval genius known as the Blood Eagle has become famous. One man, one sword, cut down the pirates of the entire West Sea. It made countless pirates change color when they heard about it. And all this is not because of other reasons, just because the pirates he met, none of them survived. His cruel and ruthless methods are so cruel that even some Navy officers are unwilling to look directly at him. As for why he is called the Blood Eagle, it is because he has long hair as red as blood, and his whole person is like an eagle soaring in the sky. When he sets his eyes on his prey, few can escape. Sharp, arrogant, and terrifying. However, there must be several big figures standing behind this naval genius, so that until now, the Navy has only warned, but not stopped. And in the past 2 years, he has been promoted step by step in the Navy. In just 2 years, he has grown from a recruit, to a major, *. Chapter 41 The Realm of Swordsmen, Second Update. And on this day, the West Sea. On the calm sea, there is a small boat, a figure, and a long sword. And this is Noah 2 years later. However, compared to before, Noah is now much taller. From a distance, he is slender and tall, wearing a white coat. If it weren't for the Navy's peaked cap on his head, it's hard to believe that he would be a Navy. But this is Noah, a genius who has become famous in the Navy, and a rare maverick. Even if he sails on the sea, it is enough to have only a small boat. And at this time, as if he noticed something, Noah also raised his cap. And the next moment, a beautiful woman appeared, as if she walked out of a painting. It is hard to believe that this is the face of a man. However, seeing that pair of sharp eyes like an eagle, all doubts will be dispelled. Just because this pair of eyes is too sharp and too scary. Just looking up is chilling. And now, looking in the direction of Noah's gaze, a pirate flag with a skull is flying in the distance. Pirates! Smiling, Noah slowly picked up a wine pot placed on a small wooden table not far away. Kill people, drink first. This is a habit he developed at some point. Moreover, I have to say, today is a memorable day. I have killed 992 pirates, right? While murmuring, Noah could not help but fall into memories. 2 years, killing day after day, he was almost numb. If it were not for the systematic task process, he would not know how many pirates he had killed. And now, he has killed 992 pirates with his own hands, not to mention the pirates he severely injured. Although he was unwilling to leave any alive, but he could not stand his senior sister Hina, who always smoked and accused Noah of all kinds of atrocities, so Noah could only let go of some pirates with lesser guilt. Of course, Hina's senior sister said it, but between the lines, she showed her deep concern for Noah. Even, he repeatedly helped Noah apply for merits. Only in just 2 years, Noah was promoted from a recruit to a lieutenant commander in the Navy. It will be my senior sister's birthday in a few days. Noah smiled as he took a sip of the wine. It's time to prepare a gift for her to thank her for her care over the years. However, before that, he needs to complete the exclusive task of the swordsman inheritance of Himuran Kenshin. Only by completing this task can his strength really change. After all, the reward after completing the task, any one of Noah's abilities will be improved, is not a joke. And Noah, although he has worked hard in the past 2 years, it was only a year ago that he realized the flying slash and reached the realm of a swordsman. And with this kind of strength, even if he has practiced hard for another year, he still lacks a few points to collide with monsters like Edward Weeble. According to Noah's guess, that monster has at least the combat power of a vice-captain. Only with this kind of fighting power can one cut off Zifa's arm. Hee. Noah sneered, but he showed a hint of expectation. It's almost there. It's really almost there. Soon, a hunting game will begin. Wayabul, Miss Bacon, can you escape my hunting? While murmuring, a red light flashed in the depths of Noah's eyes. It was so deep that it was even more frightening. The killing aura cultivated by killing 992 people is not just ordinary horror. And now, his killing will exceed 1,000. With a slight curl of his lips, Noah also looked into the distance, and without noticing, a pirate ship was sailing towards him. Then, Noah also skillfully pressed down the cap on his head, then, he very elegantly grasped a long knife inserted on the wooden boat not far away. Please give me flowers, please collect. The early development has finally come to an end. Next, Noah's strength will have a qualitative breakthrough. It's time to step onto the big stage, asterisk. Chapter 42 Cutting the Ship with One Sword, 3rd update. From afar. Captain, there seems to be something there. In the sudden reminder, the storm pirates all looked up and looked into the distance. And in a moment, what caught the eyes of many pirates was a small boat, a person, and a long sword. What is this? With a sound of astonishment, many pirates also looked puzzled. But in the next moment, as if recognizing something, a pirate's face suddenly changed. I won't, this is the Blood Eagle. In the trembling voice, the face of this pirate was also pale. Blood Eagle. The navy that has recently become famous in the West Sea. Cruel and ruthless. Few of the pirates they met survived. Moreover, this guy is extremely powerful. Once, he defeated the famous pirate group of the West Sea, the Reyes Pirates, with his own strength. The pirate group of up to 1,000 people disappeared on the sea. It is said that on that day, the sea was dyed red with blood. It was also after that battle that the whole West Sea knew about the Blood Eagle, a naval genius, but his methods were extremely cruel. And now, they actually encountered. Gurgle. No, I won't. One after another, many pirates exclaimed in fear. But before they could say anything, roar. A pirate standing at the forefront of the deck suddenly swelled up in a low roar. Boom, boom, boom. It can be seen with the naked eye that his body has hair surging, and his head is constantly changing, and he has turned into a jackal, physical fruit jackal fruit. Don't be afraid, it's just a little kid. The leader of this pirate group jackal sneered, his eyes were cold. What strength can a little kid have? But, at this moment, bang! Accompanied by a roar, a figure suddenly jumped up from afar. And, what was even more shocking was that he jumped tens of meters high. No, not just tens of meters. Even higher. But looking at the figure with the setting sun on his back, which had turned into a black dot, one pirate after another suddenly changed his face. Just because, at this moment, a cold voice had echoed in the sky. Draw the sword and slash in the air. After the words fell. Bang! With a loud noise, a blood-colored sword energy as long as 20 to 30 meters was slashed in the air. What a joke! This kind of sword energy! One exclamation after another, even the captain, the jackal, had a changed expression. Then, in the eyes of these pirates who couldn't believe it. Crack! The entire pirate ship was split in two by this cold sword energy. Yes, split in two. And this is the result of Noah's practice in the past 2 years. The state of cutting iron allows his sword to cut through steel. The terrifying armed color domineering entangled his right arm and even the long sword, turning into a black as ink. And then, with his current understanding of the sword, even if it was just a light slash, it was like this: the sword energy looked down, turned into a half moon, and flew out in the air. Asshole, kid, I'm going to kill you. In the roar, the jackal fruit man had already jumped up from the bow that was slowly sinking towards the sea, and pounced on Noah who was still in the air. Fast, unimaginably fast. As an animal-type fruit ability user, his physical fitness is unimaginably strong. Tisk tisk. Smacking his lips, Noah was also delighted by the wolf-headed human figure that rushed over. A jackal with a bounty of 20 million Baileys would be good in the West Sea. It was worth it for him to draw his sword. However, it was just drawing his sword. While stroking the hilt with his right hand, Noah stepped on the moon step and suddenly turned into a bloody light. Boom! Falling from the sky, like a meteor. And then, boom! There was a terrible roar, and it turned out that Noah whipped the wolf-headed figure with a whip kick. However, the next moment, before the figure could react, Noah had already slashed with his sword, and brought out a bloody sword aura, which fell fiercely on the wolf figure. Wow! Amidst the shrill screams, the figure with a wolf head and a human body was almost split in two, cut in half. How is it possible? In the incredible exclamation, the jackal was also a little bit unbelievable. As an animal-type fruit, his body is not ordinary strong. But now, one sword, just one sword, he... Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the jackal could no longer hold on and smashed into the sea. Ding! You have killed 1,000 people and completed the 1,000 killings mission. Send rewards. Select any of your abilities to strengthen, asterisk. Chapter 43 Strengthening Selection, 4th Update. Select any of my abilities and strengthen them. Suddenly, Noah murmured, and a rare excitement appeared on his face. 2 years. 2 full years. Everything he did was waiting for this day. Only this reward can make him catch up with the strong in this world. Although, with the swordsman heritage and even the system enhancement, his potential is not inferior to others. However, he has too little time to grow. You know, which of the famous strong men has not practiced for more than 10 or 20 years? Even in the original work, Zoro and Luffy also practiced hard for 2 years, and they practiced for nearly 10 years before going to sea. And he, Noah, although he is amazingly talented and very hard-working. But now, he is only 13 or 14 years old, and has only practiced for 3 or 4 years. And at this age, he has stepped into the realm of swordsmen, and even cut off the pirate ship with one sword, which is good, and can even be said to be terrible. Looking at the entire sea, his growth rate is enough to be called terrible. But the growth rate is still the growth rate. The day when it is not truly transformed into combat power, it will always be feared. Perhaps, when Noah is 17 or 18 years old, when Zoro, Luffy and others go to sea, Noah has the strength of a great swordsman. Even if he is not at the top of the world, he is still first-rate. But this is not enough for Noah. Still not enough. So, Noah puts everything on the reward of this exclusive task: choose any ability to strengthen. Hey! Noah is getting more and more excited after taking a deep breath. Heroic, physical fitness. No matter which ability is strengthened, it is enough to make him change. The one who can cut iron and swing the sword is a swordsman, and the one who can cut the sky and the sea with a sword effortlessly is a great swordsman. And now I am still far from being a great swordsman, whether it is physical strength, domineering, or swordsmanship. Whispering softly, Noah is helpless. What he lacks is not talent, but time. And now, this reward is the key, enough to make up for the gap between him and the real strong. It can even make him change qualitatively and transform into a real strong man. Thinking of this, Noah, who has fallen back on the wooden boat again, also slashed at the sea with a sword. Boom! As the waves rolled up, the entire wooden boat was under the reverse thrust, like a straight sword, shooting towards the distance. This reward is very important. And Noah also hopes to go to a quiet place and make a decision slowly. As for the pirate group behind, the pirate ship has sunk in the sea. If there is no accident, the sea will be the final destination of the remaining pirates. Noah sneered in his heart, but he didn't care. 2 years of killing have made him accustomed to life and death. And these pirates? There are not many good things. Burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. It can be said that he deserved to die. Not long after, there was an isolated island. Noah also slowly came to the center of this isolated island and found a cave. After a simple inspection and confirming that there was no danger, Noah also sat cross-legged. Then, I want to choose to strengthen. As soon as the words fell, several choices appeared in front of Noah. 1. Choose to strengthen the body. 2. Choose to strengthen the domineering. 3. Choose to strengthen the swordsmanship. 4. Choose to strengthen the 6 styles. One after another, the choices were dazzling, but they filled Noah's eyes. This is the power of strengthening. Whispering, Noah became more and more excited. Although he didn't know the degree of strengthening, he had a feeling, if he really strengthened, then his strength would definitely have a very terrifying increase. This feeling is very strange, but it is also very worrying. Strengthen, what to strengthen? While mumbling, Noah also fell into thinking. However, this kind of thinking did not last long for Noah, and he already had the answer. The body. The body is the root of everything. You know, except for the future red-haired, all the other 4 emperors have terrifyingly strong bodies, like monsters. Like Charlotte Linlin, when she was 8 or 9 years old, her Dao power exceeded 1,000. As for other things, like domineering, Noah can practice steadily. As for swordsmanship, with the inheritance of swordsmanship, Noah has room for growth. As for the 6 styles, there is no need to say more. As an auxiliary ability, it is impossible to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. So, at this time, the strengthening of the body is inevitable. And because of the repeated strengthening of the system, the physical strength is far beyond the current age of 13 or 14. Now, if he uses the system again to truly strengthen his body, he is afraid that he will become a real monster. And at that time, the small body has the power that is not inferior to the giants, and will become Noah's capital to roam the sea in recent years. Not to mention becoming a first-class strongman, but there are probably not many people who can take his sword. This is what it means to overwhelm others with force. It should be said that strengthening the body is the best choice to greatly enhance my combat power now. With a whisper, Noah also had an epiphany. **. Chapter 44 Monster-like Body, First Update. I want to strengthen my body. The sudden voice echoed in the cave, but it was Noah who made his own choice. However, at the moment when his words fell, boom, boom, accompanied by a terrible roar, Noah's face also changed drastically. A torrent of energy suddenly surged out from the deepest part of his body. Crack, crack. The bones were broken without even a breath. The next moment, the sound of crackling, clacking sounded, and Noah's body actually made the sound of bone friction. This kind of sound can also be made by ordinary people. When a person sits for a long time, he will make this sound when he moves his neck, or presses the knuckles of his fingers. This is the sound of bones colliding with bones. However, this time, Noah made a sound different from the 1 or 2 sounds when he moved his neck. Now Noah's whole body made a sound, as if firecrackers were lit inside his body, and the sound of crackling continued to sound. Accompanying it, Noah's body was actually strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, strengthening. The unimaginable power continued to fill his body, and Noah actually had the urge to howl to the sky. And soon after this, ah! In the sudden long howl, the whole island trembled slightly. Looking for the sound, the cave located deep in this island suddenly made a boom. Countless boulders kept flying out and smashing in all directions. And at this moment, the smoke and dust dissipated, a slender figure slowly appeared. That was Noah. However, unlike the previous Noah, his whole body has grown taller, more upright, and more slender. If it weren't for the childishness on his face, it would be fine to say that he is an adult. However, this is not the main change. The real change is his upper body naked. Tight muscles, revealing fullness and strength. The popular shape exudes an indescribable beauty. Looking from a distance. Today, Noah has an upright posture and a strong physique, giving people an indescribable sense of power. And this is the perfect body given by the system's enhancement. No. It can't be said to be perfect. It can only be said to be close to perfection. There is no perfection in the world. And now, it is such a tall body, but it has far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Strength. Crack, crack. He tightened his fist, making the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Then, Noah's eyes condensed, and he suddenly raised his fist and smashed the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, overwhelming power poured down, and the terrible air waves rolled back in all directions. The ground centered on Noah was constantly shattered. Crack, crack. One after another, the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters, was shaken, revealing cracks like spider webs. And the cracks were even deeper and suffocating. However, the most frightening thing was Noah's feet. The whole ground sank and turned into a giant pit tens of meters deep. Terrible. Really terrible. Simply power, no skills, and even no domineering blessing, actually blasted out such a huge pit. And this is not all of Noah's power. This is the current Noah, the physical enhancement obtained from the system up to 50 times, and the current exclusive mission. Finally, Noah's body has undergone a qualitative transformation. Transformed into a real monster. Although I dare not say that it is directly comparable to the giants, it must be not far off. It is worth mentioning here that the giants are the real terrifying tribe in the pirate world. Some of them are comparable to the giant sea kings in terms of size. What's more terrifying is that their power is extremely terrifying, so terrifying, ordinary vice admirals dare not take their punches. If they were not too big and clumsy, and their brains were not very smart, it would be hard to say who the real master of this world is. The most direct manifestation of the power of the giants is that the four emperors' Big Mom Charlotte Linlin covets the power of the giants, and even threatens, if we can get the combat power of the giants, we will have taken down the Red Hair Shanks, 100 Beasts Kaido, and even Whitebeard among the four emperors. From this, we can see how powerful the giants are. Now, Noah's body is repeatedly strengthened. His strength and physical strength are constantly approaching the giants. Even now, it is not an exaggeration to call him a young giant. Ha ha ha! Noah was also excited in the sudden laughter. Because at this time, he thought of a very terrifying fact, that is, he has a strength close to that of the giants, but his body is still relatively small. Even among humans, he is not tall. What does this mean? It means that the disadvantage of the giants, huge and clumsy, does not exist in him at all. On the contrary, this is his greatest advantage. The speed as fast as a startling, combined with the unattainable power, is enough to push Noah's combat power to a very terrifying situation in an instant. And this, combined with the domineering spirit and swordsmanship that Noah has cultivated. Now, at this moment, Noah believes, even if Edward Weeble is in front of him, he dares to cut him. And this is Noah's confidence at this moment. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Refining the Black Knife? Second update. Bang bang! The island trembled with a sudden roar. Looking for the sound, a figure disappeared in an instant. And what is unbelievable is that there is a hole several meters deep on the ground. Shaving, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, in an instant, 0.36 seconds, step on the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. The stronger the force of stepping on the ground, the more terrifying the reaction force, and the more terrifying the speed of the explosion. And this is the shaving, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. As a physical skill that exceeds the limit of the human body, the strength of the 6 styles of the Navy is closely related to physical fitness. The more terrifying the body, the more terrifying the 6 styles of the Navy. As for Noah, after his body was greatly strengthened, his Navy 6 styles also changed qualitatively. The speed of the high-speed movement alone was doubled. Shua! The sudden high speed made even Noah unable to react. He only felt a blurry vision. Then, boom! A giant tree that 3 people could hug suddenly exploded. However, Noah's high-speed movement was like a rampaging beast, smashing the giant tree to pieces. And this is Noah's current 6 styles, which is extremely violent. Just seeing it makes people feel frightened. However, this is not what Noah wants to see. This is the manifestation of not being able to perfectly control the body. It is also the manifestation of the sudden increase in physical fitness, beyond Noah's control. Therefore, Noah needs to settle down, repeatedly settle down, in order to control his current body. And just like this, 3 days later. Bang bang bang! With a sudden roar, Noah's whole body turned into a storm and disappeared on the spot. Before anyone arrived, the storm that swept the area of dozens of meters had already arrived. What was even more suffocating was that the terrible storm tore apart everything along Noah's path, even uprooting the trees and turning them into pieces. Shave change storm shave, the 2 terrifying physical fitness gave Noah 6 styles that ordinary people could not reach. Even the most ordinary high-speed movement, the strong wind brought by it was something that ordinary people could not resist. And Noah intentionally added strong winds, and it became the current storm shave, with strong winds rising and tearing everything along the way. Today, Noah is like a high-speed moving locomotive. It crushes stones when it encounters stones, and it crushes mountains when it encounters mountains. Haha! Noah smiled in his heart and was also proud. Now, with this terrible body, he can have a place in the new world. And this is not to say, a strong body can also increase domineering to a certain extent. So, the body is the root of everything. The chain reaction brought about by the transformation of the body is almost a qualitative change for Noah. Adapting to the power, let's end it here for now. With a pursed mouth, Noah also returned to the cave and put on a navy coat. Then he picked up the long sword he had been wearing for a long time. However, Noah frowned slightly after tightening the long sword in his hand. Too light. With a helpless voice, Noah also understood that it was not that the sword was light, but that his power was too terrifying, so that the sword in his hand was light. However, this is not the key. The real key is: this long sword is just an ordinary Navy standard long sword. For Noah now, it is indeed a bit. The right hand exerted force and clenched it fiercely. Crack! The terrifying force acted on the handle of the knife. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire handle seemed to be unable to bear it and was slowly twisted. The so-called iron-cutting realm is to cut through steel. So now, what does this mean for Noah, crushing steel with one hand? With a smile in his eyes, Noah threw the long sword in his hand, and then slapped the hilt with his right hand. Boom! Accompanied by a terrible roar, the whole long sword was shot towards the earth. The blade, including the twisted hilt, was completely immersed in the depths of the earth. You have followed me for so long, it is time for you to die. This place will be your grave. Whispering softly, Noah turned around and walked slowly towards the seaside of the island. The current Navy standard long sword is no longer suitable for him. He should also look for his own weapon. A good weapon is very important for a swordsman. It can greatly increase his combat power. Especially, after stepping into the great swordsman, there is even a saying of refining the black knife. And refining the black knife, is like the swordsmith repeatedly tempering, and finally forming a black knife, making the sword harder, more terrifying, and more suitable for oneself. Noah doesn't know the details. He just heard. But the supreme big knife in the hands of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, is a black knife. Moreover, Hawkeye even said, every knife can be a black knife. If the sword is damaged, it is the swordsman's problem. If it is really like this, then refining the black knife is likely to be the key to the great swordsman's further progress. So, at this time, a weapon suitable for Noah is particularly important. After all, it is related to Noah's future path to the great swordsman. So, Noah is also rare and cautious. First go find BABY5 to verify my previous idea, double domineering interweaving, and then try to refine it into a black knife. In the murmur, Noah showed a touch of desire. Ordinary weapons all have the hope of being refined into black knives. Then, as a weapon fruit man, BABY5 should have a better chance of being refined into a black sword. And this is also the terrifying part of the devil fruit. It not only gives people abilities, but also changes the essence of life. Simply put, when BABY5 becomes a weapon, it is more qualified to be called a weapon than other weapons. Just like the rubber man Luffy, after eating the rubber fruit, the characteristics of his rubber are infinitely magnified. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Domineering Posture, 3rd Update. With a slight curl of the corner of his mouth, Noah also suppressed this idea. Using BABY5 as a weapon was a whim of his. If it works, it's good. If it doesn't work, he will prepare other weapons. In the pirate world, good weapons are naturally not lacking. Great sword, supreme great sword. Such a famous sword, even if he finds one, can be used as a weapon. Moreover, he happens to know the whereabouts of several famous swords. If there is a need, he will find them. With a smile in his heart, Noah also stepped on the wooden boat and rushed to the naval base where he now lived. Naxia Island, a small island in the West Sea. And this is where Noah settled. It's not because he wanted it, but because her senior sister Hina was stationed here. Except for the necessary suppression of pirates, she mostly wandered here. And now, tramp, tramp, tramp. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, dust splashed, and a slender figure also came from the end of the horizon. That's Major Noah. It's really Noah, but Major Noah, how come you suddenly grow taller? And, not only that, do you feel the earth shaking? Shake. One after another exclamation, the faces of several navy patrolling along the way changed slightly. And following their gaze, it can be found that when a slender figure walked in the distance, the dust in the sky was flying, and the earth was shaking. The faces froze again and again, and the faces of the navy officers changed one by one. Are you kidding? He walked over lightly, and the earth trembled. Is this guy a monster? However, after thinking about it, the navy officers were silent. Major Noah is a monster. He is also regarded as the new generation of hope of the navy. At this moment, from a distance, a girl with long pink hair, wearing a red professional suit and a navy coat, who looks very sexy, frowned slightly. Is it an illusion? How come Noah has grown taller all of a sudden? In a rare state of shock, the girl looked at Noah, who was walking towards her from a distance, and was also stunned. For a long time. After 2 years of getting along, she was naturally familiar with Noah. However, Noah's height before just reached her shoulders. However, now, from a distance, Noah's height seemed to catch up with her. Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that Noah now seemed a little strange. Walking from a distance, the air was oppressive. In a trance, she saw the Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters, walking towards her. Just because, that kind of indescribable oppression, and the momentum of some senior Vice Admirals. Shua! Suddenly, the air broke through, and the strong wind blew up Major Hina's long pink hair. However, at this moment, Major Hina's eyes froze. Just because, a hand came to her mouth at some point, and even clamped the cigarette in her mouth. I told girls not to smoke, why don't you listen? The faint voice sounded in her ears. Noah threw the cigarette in Hina's mouth aside. Then, they slowly passed by each other, and walked towards the depths of the naval base. This speed. Until now, I still haven't reacted. Looking at the cigarette butt lying on the ground not far away, Hina was also stunned. What the hell? Is that really Noah's speed? Still a little unbelievable, Hina slowly turned around and stared at the back that was getting farther and farther away in the distance. Iron spear. Suddenly, a black spear as thick as a wrist and as long as 10 meters was already across the air, and fiercely shot towards Noah's back. However, the next moment, the figure was blurred. When Hina didn't react, the black spear was already in Noah's hand. And then, as if to prove something, Noah raised the spear in his hand and threw it towards the sea. Boom! There was only a thunderous roar, and the black spear broke through the sky and crossed thousands of meters. And the next moment, boom! There was a loud bang, and the sea in the distance exploded violently, raising huge waves of tens of meters or even nearly 100 meters high. It was terrifying. So terrifying that Hina was frozen in place. However, at this time, her eyes turned to Noah's back. In a trance, she saw some shadows of the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. The same indescribable power. The same domineering figure. Difficult to match, even more unmatched. How is it possible? How could he change so much? In an unimaginable shock, Hina's mouth was already wide open. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Problem Child, 4th update. Noah still likes Hina. And this one has taken care of him like a sister in the past 2 years. So, it is necessary to show strength and reassure him, which is also Noah's purpose. Moreover, more importantly, Hina often communicates with Zifa-sensei. Letting her know is equivalent to letting Zifa-sensei know. Noah smiled in his heart, but he didn't care and walked straight towards the dormitory. Time passed in a flash, and several days had passed in the blink of an eye. And during these few days, Noah also customized several sets of navy uniforms. Boom! The navy coat fluttered, covering Noah's figure. And just under the navy coat, a blood-red, handsome-looking professional suit also tightly wrapped Noah's figure. This is Hina's aesthetic. She usually wears a rose-red professional suit, and then puts on a navy coat, which looks extremely heroic. And now, she also matched a set of clothes of the same style for Noah. But I have to say, it is really handsome. With Noah's soft yet masculine facial features. From a distance, Noah looked like a knight from a fairy tale. But, at this moment, Hina, who was fixing Noah's collar, suddenly came up to him, and the fragrance of the girl flowed into Noah's nose, and her sexy and charming face almost touched Noah's cheek. Noah, tell me honestly, how did you suddenly become so strong? Gently pulling the tie at Noah's collar, Hina exhaled like orchid. I said, it's my usual hard work, and it's accumulated. Noah smiled, but slowly pushed Hina away. This senior sister, don't you know that she is a mature woman? Being so close, the temptation is very great. Especially since she is sexy. Even Noah can't stand such closeness. Humph! After curling her lips, seeing that she couldn't ask anything, Hina stomped her feet in anger. However, after a moment, as if she thought of something, Hina said bluntly. Are you really going to go out? Yet. Nodding, Noah also smiled. Now my strength is almost there, and I should do what I should do. As he said that, Noah's eyes also condensed, and he said in a deep voice. This is a promise made to Mr. Zifa. After a while of silence, Hina said nothing. Just because she knew that Mr. Zifa and Noah had some unknown transactions. Although, she didn't know the specific transactions. However, now, who doesn't know that Noah is supported by Mr. Zifa behind the scenes? Otherwise, with his cruelty and ruthlessness, he would have been held accountable by the high-level Navy. And now, in the Navy, there is such a saying that Noah is very likely the successor recognized by Mr. Zifa. As for why he said so, it is naturally because, in the past 2 years, Mr. Zifa, who has almost disappeared teacher, only came out twice. And these 2 times, both were because of Noah. It can be said that Noah can have the freedom he has today in the Navy, half of it is due to Mr. Zifa. And Mr. Zifa even said in person that he is the direct person in charge of Noah in the Navy. In other words, Noah's boss is Mr. Zifa. And many high-ranking officers of the Navy also acquiesced to this. After all, this is Mr. Zifa. Even the 3 admirals are respectfully addressed as teacher. And because of the attack by the ability user, the high-ranking officers of the Navy also felt a certain guilt for not supporting Mr. Zifa in time. Therefore, appropriate compensation is necessary. And one of the compensations is naturally to assign Noah to his command. And at this time, as if thinking of something, Hina also said truthfully. Mr. Zifa said a few days ago that if you have time, go back to see him. Yet. Nodding slightly, Noah couldn't help but think of that old man. I wonder how he is doing recently. Has the giant iron arm crusher been installed? Also. Mr. Zifa said, if you need it, you can move freely, but don't violate the discipline of the Navy and don't kill innocent people. Got it. Noah's mouth curled up after a response. Free movement, it should be Mr. Zifa who said it. But, don't violate the discipline of the Navy, this sentence should be said by Hina herself. This senior sister is always worried about her. Noah smiled and didn't care. But, to be honest, Noah is indeed freer in the Navy. Of course, even if someone wants to control him, they can't control him. In the Navy, strength is respected after all. And with his strength, how many ordinary lieutenant colonels, and even major generals dare to control him? And there are no problem children in the Navy, just like Smoker, his senior, who often doesn't listen to the orders of his superiors. And he doesn't mind becoming the next problem child of the Navy. However, fortunately, he has teacher Zifa to take care of him. In this way, he doesn't have to become a problem child. Chapter 48 Journey, First Update. Noah said goodbye to senior sister Hina and chose to leave. However, before leaving, Noah also celebrated a very good birthday for senior sister Hina. Recalling the surprise of receiving a gift on senior sister Hina's birthday, Noah couldn't help but touch his cheek. In a trance, he felt the gentle touch of senior sister Hina's lips again. A gift, is it necessary to be so excited? Noah couldn't help shaking his head in surprise. Then, he sat on the wooden boat, crossed his hands, and crossed his legs. His elegant movements were like a gentleman. At this time, if you pay attention to the wooden boat under Noah, you will definitely find that this wooden boat is like an arrow from a bow, heading straight to the sea. From time to time, Noah swung his hand back and slapped the waves. And under the slapping of the waves, the wooden boat sailed towards the distance at an even more terrifying speed. The wooden boat is Noah's ship. And like this, it can also be said to be part of cultivation. In the past 2 years, he has gotten used to it. However, it must be said that compared to pirate ships or warships, the wooden boat is indeed a bit inconvenient. When I fulfill my promise, I must ask Mr. Zifa to apply for a dedicated warship for me. With a smile in his heart, Noah also went straight to the sea. Now, he is going to the Grand Line. One is to find a suitable weapon. And the second, of course, is to find Weeble, and then fulfill his promise to Mr. Zifa. Can you stop me now? Noah clenched his fists, as if the air was crushed, his eyes were deep and unpredictable. Noah was still looking forward to Weeble. Now, as a monster, Noah's heart was naturally full of fighting spirit. However, due to his absolute confidence in himself, Noah did not believe that he would lose. Except for the few people standing at the top of the sea, I am really not afraid of others. Noah raised his mouth, and he was confident. And the reason for such confidence, is that now, his small body not only has a terrifying power that is no less than that of a giant, but also because during his practice for more than 10 days, the sword inheritance was unlocked again. Now, it has reached an astonishing 68%. And it is worth mentioning here that during the exclusive mission, his sword inheritance unlocking was stranded. It was like a pause. And what he could do was to constantly hone his sword skills in the past 2 years, but he could not unlock the inheritance again. However, after a long period of accumulation, after completing the exclusive mission, Noah also unlocked from 50% to the current amazing 68% in one go. Even his body was slightly strengthened 18 times. So, Noah's physical fitness is enough to be on par with real giants. Now, Noah is surprised by his own terrifying power. Boom! He slapped the sea with his palm, and the terrible strong wind raised waves tens of meters high. And this is Noah's power. Unimaginable horror. Moreover, not only that, the unlocking of the swordsmanship inheritance of Himura Kenshin by 68% also made Noah's swordsmanship reach a heart-pounding level. Now, when Noah holds the sword, the whole person seems to have turned into Himura Kenshin, an indescribable feeling emerges in his heart. Swish! Suddenly, the sword broke through the air, and the sword energy crisscrossed the sea, and it actually cut the entire sea open, revealing a crack nearly 100 meters long. Unfortunately, the Navy standard long sword can't withstand my power. With a bitter smile, Noah also looked at the long sword in his hand helplessly. Compared with those famous swords, the quality of this Navy standard long sword is really not ordinary poor. It can't even withstand Noah's power. However, there is no way. Who makes Noah's power so shocking? Shaking his head helplessly, Noah's desire to rush to a place is also stronger. The Devil's Triangle. While murmuring, a touch of heat flashed in the depths of Noah's eyes. That is, the territory of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And in his place, there is a big sword, the black sword Chu Shui. And this big sword, for now, is the most suitable for Noah. After all, the black sword Chu Shui is known as even if a dinosaur steps on it, it will not bend a millimeter. Winning by tenacity, for Noah now, it is extremely precious. Because, a famous sword that can withstand his terrifying power without breaking is relatively rare. Of course. Black sword Chu Shui is just Noah's first-hand preparation. Noah will also look for the weapon girl BABY5. And on the way to find it, Noah also happened to have a fight with the legendary 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria and Doflamingo. This is both a measure of his own strength. It is also a warm-up before Noah chases Weevil. Compared to the current Weevil, Gecko Moria and Doflamingo are obviously a level lower. That monster cut off one of Zephyr's arms. Its terrifying combat power is probably not worse than that of the Emperor's vice-chairman. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Showing Off His Edge, Second Update. However, combat power is combat power, and lack of intelligence is a flaw. Zephyr did not dare to go all out because he was concerned about his students, but Noah was different. If he finds an opportunity. Hee. Noah sneered and affirmed. Compared to the real Vice-Emperor level combat power, Weeaboo still has some gap, but the old woman behind him needs to be taken into consideration. As he said this, Noah also sank his mind, and continued to ponder the way of the sword. As for hurrying on the road, for the time being, just go with the flow. Now Noah can't expect to reach the Grand Line by a lone boat. At the critical moment, large ships are still needed, and individual pirate ships are a good choice. A few days later, in a corner of the West Sea. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, the whole sea was shaken. Looking for the sound, the whole sea was split by a sword, revealing a bottomless crack. You have no other choice. Noah stood quietly on the mast of a huge pirate ship, looking down at the crew of the entire pirate ship with his long sword. Gurgle! My God! This is Blood Eagle, the Navy genius Blood Eagle. One exclamation after another, the dozen or so eyes were pale. Some even had cold sweat on their foreheads. One sword, cut the sea. This is really too terrifying. It's so terrifying that it makes people despair. Humph! With a cold snort, Noah didn't care about the drastic changes in the faces of many pirates. Then, with a tiptoe, Noah floated down and landed on the deck. Now, you are arrested, but before sending you to prison, I need to requisition you. Go to the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. I don't want to say it a second time. One after another, Noah walked to the top of the deck very naturally, leaving many pirates looking at each other in bewilderment. However, looking at this young figure in a navy coat, one pirate after another also acted in silence at the first time, marching towards the Grand Line. No one, no matter how hard they try. And now, they met the famous cruel executioner in the West Sea, Blood Eagle. They had no choice. If they didn't want to die, they could only obey. Hee. With a chuckle, Noah came to a rattan chair on the deck and lay down, enjoying this rare quiet time. Although he was powerful, he had to admit that he was also a road idiot. Let him rush to the Grand Line alone and then look for the Devil's Triangle, which might be a bit difficult for him. So, pirates like this come in handy. However, looking at these young faces, Noah also understood, this should be a pirate group that focuses on adventure. Has not yet degenerated into a real pirate. And this is also an important reason why Noah spared their lives. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. And in this half month, a piece of news came out, the famous Navy genius Blood Eagle in the West Sea seemed to have the tendency to march into the Grand Line. And, what's even more terrifying is, this Navy genius seems to be extremely powerful. He actually cut open a large pirate ship with a sword, leaving behind a lot of scars. Have you really grown to this point? While mumbling, an old man with a huge mechanical arm also looked at the newspaper in his hand. On the newspaper, a figure in a blood-red professional suit and a navy coat, from top to bottom he slashed fiercely. And below, a very huge pirate ship, actually split in two under that terrifying sword energy. This is what it means to cut it in half. If you look closely, you can even see the extremely immature face of this young man. Has the Navy monster from the West Sea finally entered the Grand Line? The eye-catching title, combined with the sharp figure, makes people feel nervous. No matter who looks at this figure in the newspaper, their pupils shrink. Immature, young, but very scary. This is the first impression most people have of Noah. Of course, there are girls who are crazy about him. In terms of appearance, Noah is indeed a bit outrageous. Especially, now he is falling like an eagle, slashing in the air, the navy coat behind him seems to be fluttering, and the red hair under the cap is floating wantonly. Heroic, maybe this is what it means. Tisk tisk, this kid is really handsome. A rare admiration, a female pirate's eyes are shining. At the same time, in a castle deep in an island, a figure with eagle-like eyes also rarely fixed his eyes. This look. Whispering softly, his eyes also fluctuated. But what he cares more about is that the sword energy slashed out by this kid, is extremely domineering and terrifying. It's really hard to imagine that this is a 13 or 14-year-old boy. With a sigh, this elegant figure also gently stroked the black long sword behind him, which was like a cross. When he was this age, did he have such strength? Asterisk. Chapter 50 Devil's Triangle C, Third Update. The night gradually deepened, but Noah still sat quietly on a chair on the deck. One person, one table, one chair, one knife. This is all the storm pirates saw. But, even so, the entire storm pirates looked at Noah as if they were looking at a monster. Not long ago, it was this young boy who looked young who chopped down a pirate ship with a sword. The cold sword energy dyed the entire pirate ship red. They still dare not forget that horrible scene. God of killing, that's what it means. Suppressing the fear in his heart, this young captain who looked to be in his 20s also ordered. Come on, bring these fruits to Major Noah. And Major Noah seems to like drinking, you should also send my treasured wine up. Listening to the captain's order, the other crew members also nervously went up to the highest deck one by one. However, looking at his expression, I'm afraid he was afraid and feared more than anything else. One of the navigators, a little girl, her face was pale. And not long after. Tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, several figures also came to Noah. Noah opened his eyes with a slight exclamation. Calm, yet profound. You, don't be nervous. Looking at the fruits and drinks served, Noah's mouth curled up slightly. And then, he directly picked up a pot of wine and continued. Your storm pirates are mainly adventurous, but rarely burn, kill, and rob. Speaking of this, Noah also took a deep look at the young man not far away, and changed the subject. Otherwise, with this guy's strength, it would be more than just a 5 million bounty. Speaking softly, Noah did not hide his praise for the captain of the storm pirates. This is a strong man who is good at physical skills. I'm afraid that his strength alone can be ranked in the top 5 among the pirates Noah has met. However, he is very low-key. Gurgle. Swallowing his saliva, one pirate after another looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, the navigator, a little girl, took the initiative to ask. Major Noah, do you mean to let us go? Let you go? Whispering softly, Noah nodded and said frankly. Take me to a few places, I will leave, I will not care whether you continue to adventure or do other things." Listening quietly, one crew member after another showed joy on their faces, and even the captain not far away, the captain known as Storm, breathed a sigh of relief. With such a promise, they put down their hanging hearts. However, they are such a low-key group of guys, how could they encounter such a terrible navy? Thinking about it, it's helpless. Luck is something, no one else can do it. Time slowly passed, and the voyage on the sea was long and boring. After seeing the endless sea and the vast blue sky, Noah's eyes were focused on the long sword in his hand. However, on this day, "Lord Noah, we are almost at the Devil's Triangle." The Devil's Triangle is filled with white fog all year round. It is a very dangerous area on the Grand Route. It is said that hundreds of ships disappear here every year. And this is also the habitat of the 7 warlords of the sea. But, I don't know what Noah, the legendary naval genius, is here for. The Devil's Triangle. Whispering softly, Noah also raised his eyes and looked into the distance. There, at the end of the sea, a hazy cloud rose up without knowing when. White mist. In a trance, the whole world was hazy. And this is the Devil's Triangle Sea, a forbidden place for strangers. Let's go. With a command, Noah also wiped the Navy's standard long sword in his hand with a silk scarf. Wipe gently, Noah's expression is gentle as if he is caressing his lover. Now, he can finally fight the famous pirate. Moonlight Moria. With a chuckle, a hint of expectation appeared in the depths of Noah's eyes. PS-Please customize. Please give flowers and rewards, *.